2-year sub HYPE.
Yo, Dirt Dog, thank you so much for, my god, 2 whole years and a whole year for K-Roll!
Thank you!
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is a big day for everyone, isn't it? Dirt Dog, dude, thank you so much for all your support for these past 2 years. And K-Roll, good to have you, man. Thank you so much for the whole year of subs. Really appreciate it. Paper Star! Good to see you, dude. First time you're here early enough to see this screen. Yeah, it helps that I was late 30 minutes, so there's that. Hey, Storm, Burmsai. What if the room is a circle? Can they still be cornered? Well, you see, all you gotta do is
Generosity. Expertly brewed too.
Thanks for our host vlogger. All you have to do is trap them in the hole where Beaver Bother is. You just gotta lead them into the hole in the center. That's how you corner them. All right. Hope everyone's had a good weekend. Sorry for not having a stream on Sunday, but I figured streaming on Friday and Saturday 2 days in a row kind of exhausted me, so I figured it'd be all right to take Sunday off. And it was also July 4th anyway, so that was a convenient excuse to not have to stream, but hey. But yeah. Hope everyone's doing well. Let's get to the theater recap, shall we? So, love this game. Glad you love it. Now watch as I completely butcher in this recap. So, last time on Ace Attorney, Phoenix goes to trial, and he's all like, oh boy, I can't wait to totally help out my defendant who's totally not a thief and totally not a murderer either. And Maya's all like, where is she? And Maya's all like, I'm just here to look cute. And Phoenix all like, yeah, hell yeah, you are. And then, but then we get to meet the rival prosecutor of this game, Godot, who's all like, hey, baby, I like coffee and I have smooth jazz as my theme song. And we're all like, oh my god, he's hot! Anyway, so, we get our defendant called to the stand as soon as I can find him. Oh, here he is. Yeah, the Phantom Thief himself. And he's all like, oh, hey, yeah, I'm totally a Phantom Thief. I stole literally everything. And then we're all like, dude, you're not helping your case here. And it's like, I'm not trying to help you. Anyway, so we're all like, yeah, but it couldn't possibly be him because like he totally was elsewhere during the time. He was totally over at his security building that he used to work at. And then Godot's like, oh yeah, well I have a detective who says otherwise. Get him in here. So we swap out our witness for Luke at me. And this is Luke at me. And he's all like, wah! I am the greatest detective of all time. Yeah. I don't know why I'm Waluigi instead of Skeletor. Yeah. And we're all like, why do we always have to interrogate the crazy people? Anyway, so tell us what you did. And he's like, okay, so I was watching the security cameras on this fancy schmancy computer. Speaking of fancy schmancy computer, here it is. It plays Egyptian music. And he's all like, yeah, I was messing around with the computer when I got into a fist fight with the Phantom Thief. And then the Phantom Thief is all like, where is it? Do I even have one? Yes, I do. It's like, hi, I'm the Phantom Thief. Hi, I'm gonna bitch slap you, blah, 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 blah. Bye. And he's like, and then I was assaulted and I lost consciousness. And I'm like, that makes no sense because so-and-so reason that I don't remember right now because it's been over 4 days. You think I can remember anything about this game after 4 days? I don't. And it's like, wow, you're right. I'm secretly the family. And then we're all like, well, case closed, I guess. Oh, actually, I forgot another dumb joke I had in mind. Hang on. So, no, before he admits that he's admits the Phantom Thief, we're all like, yeah, but we also found a really weird thing in your office. Yeah, so, our client's wife, Makoto's all like, oh, hey, I brought a little bag for you guys. And then we're all like, oh, okay, let's take a look at this bag. Hang on a second, I grabbed the wrong thing. So, inside of Waluigi's bag, we're all like, huh, what a strange looking bag you have here. Oh, what's this inside the bag? Oh, it's the Sacred Urn. And we're like, yeah, that's right, you were the one who stole it, bitch. It's like, wow, oh no, I'm the Phantom Thief, ah! And then we're all like, case closed, bitch. And then Godot's like, yep, your client clearly did not steal it because they were busy doing something else. Murdering someone! And we're like, pourquoi? And then, so like, later we find out like during the same exact time period where we proved that our client was at, his old boss, I don't remember his name, I just remember it had Bull in the name, so I'm just going to use this guy from Darkwing Duck to represent him, and it's like, oh yeah, this guy, he totally got murdered and got shoved into a safe. So, yeah, we're just trying to deal with the fallout of that at the moment. That's what happened last time on Ace Attorney. It's obviously the same K. Oh yeah, obviously. Also, hey Woot, how you doing? How the hell do you fit Taurus Bulba in a safe? Very carefully. Alright then. Let's actually get back to the investigation, shall we? Where did you find the dabbing Waluigi bag? Google Images. I don't, someone might have just custom made that, honestly, so ask me about that one. All right, so, we also investigated Larry last time. He did a very bad job, but, you know, it's Larry. That's kind of to be expected at this point. Don't you give me that face! You know what you did wrong! All right, I guess we're gonna go back to the CEO's office for now. You got anything to say about this, Gumshoe? Like, I don't know, thoughts on this buzzer record?
Detective Gumshoe, about this right here.
Nope, nothing, figured as such. All right, well, if we're not going to get any information from Gumshoe, maybe we should, oh, I don't know. I don't think we're going to get anything from Damask's hideout either, because, like, also, why are we still calling it the Damask's hideout? I thought we established by now that Damask is actually Luke at me. Whatever. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else we can get from the security building. Let's head over to the exhibition hall? I don't know. Looks like a yes. Should be Fanboy's hideout? Yeah, I think Fanboy's hideout makes more sense. October 13th, Lord Lee Taylor Main Exhibition Hall.
The Treasures of Korean exhibit is all ruined now.
Maya.
I'm sorry. It's just so sad.
And sad Maya is sad for everybody. Come on, let's buy her some burgers. Oh, we even have the best burger stand right outside. All soupy and noodly, you know, the best kind of burgers.
This is our big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling.
Maybe I can cheer her up somehow. Well, now that we got the sacred urn back, maybe they can reopen it.
Really?
Sure, maybe we can label it the Urn of the Mask's Desires. That would probably attract a lot of attention.
Whoa! 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 That's brilliant, Nick! We could clean up and be filthy rich! Woohoo!
Wow. That was surprisingly easy. When in doubt, bribe her with money. I don't think there's anything worth examining here, so how about we go... yeah, let's go to the basement, why not? October, oh my god. Okay, so just a heads up, I just looked out my window. There's a massive storm going on right now, so just a heads up. If the stream disappears for a little bit, my power got knocked out. So if my power comes back soon, the stream should be back soon. Otherwise, yeah, I might have to cancel the stream. Just a heads up on that.
Oh!
Oh my gosh, my throat. When's the last time I did Andrew's voice?
Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright.
Miss Andrews? Was she still hanging around here for? Oh my god, can you guys hear that thunder right now? I really hope it doesn't get picked up.
So, how's it going? What about the sacred urn?
The urn? Oh, that. It's been taken care of already.
What do you mean, oh, that? Taken care of? What, do you mean it's been found? Yeah, it was brought in during the trial today. Wow, really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was Mask's wife that found it. Well, anyway, I'm so relieved.
Look how happy she is.
I just heard all about it on the news. So that detective was actually the thief all along.
Or maybe, I don't know, Ron might actually be the thief, but I actually have no idea at this point, to be perfectly honest. It looks that way right now.
It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring the masks to guard the treasures.
Don't blame yourself. You were just doing your job.
Hey, Nick, if she wants to apologize, you should let her.
Aya, overly apologizing is not healthy for self-esteem. I should know.
So, when was it that you hired Detective Atme again? About 20 days
ago. It's lit up red too, so something tells me that's going to be relevant later.
And when
was it that the Mask's calling card arrived?
That was about 10 days ago.
So he sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard.
I guess that's it then. Detective Atme must have really wanted the sacred urn after all. Like, oh my gosh, here I am doing the Valley Girl voice again.
I guess so.
What? So the Mask murdered someone as well?
Well, that's how things look right now.
Yes, but I thought that he was here stealing the urn at the time.
Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything is possible.
Nick, let's get down to business already to defeat the Huns. On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious about Detective Atme? No, I couldn't have. After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him.
You know, I know he wears a monocle, and that's the whole joke about him being a fake detective and all that, but like, for a moment there, I thought he had a cigarette. He claims the way he always operates.
That's just what he says so he can have an alibi while he commits the thefts himself.
We're not defeating Huns. We're a lawyer, not a soldier. So you claim Phoenix has fought other attorneys that have superpowers and are green. He also gets beads thrown at him. He gets whipped a lot. Hell, just this case, we had coffee thrown in our face. It was great.
Yeah, he was caught in the crime scene photo dressed up as the Mask pretty well.
How hard does he clench the skin around his eyes to keep the magnifying glass in place? Really, really, really hard. He probably has eyebrows of steel.
I'm so glad that you got your secret urn back. Yes, but there's still something that bothers me about it. Oh, what is it?
I'm not exactly sure, but somehow the urn that came back seems different.
Really? You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Miss Andrews? No, I don't know anything. Why would I?
Did Adrian actually fix the urn for us? I know she polished it, but I don't know if she actually fixed it for us. Yeah, that's what I thought. She actually fixed it. The only time Psylocke show up means, yeah, she probably fixed it.
What do you think this means, Nick?
It means the person that holds the secret to the mystery of the sacred urn. Why does that sound like Are You Afraid of the Dark title? Secret of the mystery of the sacred urn. Actually, no, I take that back. That sounds like a Legends of the Hidden Temple title. It's our very own Miss Andrews. All right. The sacred urn. I really hope I have enough, I really do hope I have enough, evidence to prove her. She seems much more anxious in this game than the previous one. You know, it's her being more open, but it still kind of gets to you. No, I get that. I feel like the whole idea is the fact that she... I guess you would call it character development, just the fact that she no longer necessarily leans on people, but just because she doesn't lean on people anymore, she's still very, you know, apprehensive of, like, her personality and all that. So, you know, it's not that easy to overcome anxiety and self-doubt, honestly. I should know. I should really know.
So, Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit.
The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before.
Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake.
Remember, everyone, no hints. Yeah, thank you, Burmseye. A fake?
You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation.
Development takes time, more time than a sequel. Actually, didn't the game say it took place a year after the last game or something like that?
I might be wrong about that.
I remember it was like some months after the last game anyway. But yeah, progress nonetheless. Oh, 6 months, yeah, half a year later. Do you have any evidence that was submitted to was genuine? How do I prove something like that? Because we don't have the urn as evidence anymore. Photo of the storeroom entrance. No, that's not enough proof. Not enough, not enough. Not enough. Nope, that means absolutely nothing. That means nothing. That means nothing in this case. Article on Mask first heist. That doesn't really all mean that much. Oh, you know what? I just realized I never actually read this. Hang on. Oh, wait, is it? Right, it was a photo, not a actual thing for you to read. Okay, never mind. Connected to the basement security guard office. Unrelated. Unrelated. Oof. Can I present Maya and have her confirm that it's real? Like, I'm thinking, okay, I can just present Maya. Hey, Maya, your evidence. Step forward for me and confirm that this is real. I'm gonna have to think about this. Hang on. Well, obviously the only thing that we have on display is this treasure exhibition flyer. But the problem is it doesn't look like the one that we got in the trial, so I don't think that's going to work. Mask calling card, that's before the trial. Before the trial. Before the trial. Before the trial. Oh my god, how do I prove something like this? You know what? I'll ask this. Firmsai, do I have the evidence that I need? Or do I need to go investigate more? At least tell me that. I don't have the evidence. Okay, we're out of here. I figured we didn't have anything. In that case... I don't know. Maya, you got anything to say? You have nothing useful to say. Let's go to the Atme Detective Agency? Is there anything to investigate here, maybe? Maybe we can find... Oh, there's like, evidence of the urn that was left over here. Maybe there was a broken shard that was left behind. Yes? No? Maybe? No. 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 The mask's hideout, which probably has nothing of value? No, I really don't think there's anything of note around here. Yeah, there's nothing of note in here that I can see that would be related to this. You know what? Why not? Like, there's technically new stuff for me to look at. Bunch of cheap costumes, pieces framed, arranged inside a nice frame.
Look, Nick! It's a fake beard!
There's also a mask made out of cardboard.
Here, Nick, try on this fake beard. Go on, try it on.
Hey, cut it out.
Now, put on the mask. It's Phoenix the Mask. If you'd like it, feel free to take it home with you.
Thanks, but no thanks. There's value, just nothing for your investigation. Always some jokes, even if nothing important. That is true. Is that a torpedo? That it is. This thing looks vaguely familiar.
Oh, I know. It's a fishbowl. Well, an upside down one anyway.
I think it's a helmet. An alien helmet.
And that looks like a tape recorder or something next to it.
I think it's a transceiver. An alien transceiver.
Oh, that. Ronnie brought that home one day. He asked one of his friends from work if he could have it. It's a Space Ranger uniform. I've never seen Ronnie happier in his whole life. Oh, man. Now I want one too. I wonder if KB Security was in charge of security at that event from that old case. Please don't let Old Bag pop out of this one. There's enough hints about Old Bag. I do not need to see Old Bag again.
But yeah, this is a torpedo. Am I the only one who hears the OG Dragon Ball theme? I can kind of hear it.
Nick, it's a torpedo!
It's hard to believe, but it sure looks real.
Where could he have picked up something like this?
Please don't say that as if torpedoes are things people just leave lying around.
It's Mask to Mask!
There's a tape recorder hanging from his neck.
Let me see that.
I'll be taking this crown now. Better luck next time, gentlemen. Oh yeah, she's the sweetest. No, she's not old. How dare you refer to her as old, Wood? She's a sweet young lady. Get it straight. Ronnie used to say that I can't do the laugh that often, Storm. It destroys my throat. And I have a long stream to get through. My throat is going to be dead by the end of this.
Ronnie used to say that a happy little laugh is the lifeblood of a thief. Well, that certainly is a happy-sounding laugh, all right. Yes, and laughing isn't as easy as it sounds.
No kidding, it ruins your vocal cords.
The harder you try, the more fake it sounds. Yeah, Mr. Delight really works hard at his craft, huh?
I'm starting to wonder if maybe Ron actually is actually the thief. Or Mask to Mask, rather. Oh, speaking of devil, hang on a sec. Just get cords of steel? What do you think I look like, an idiot? There are a bunch of books lying there. They're all romantic-sounding novels about famous heists and fantastic thieves.
Wow, look at all the bookmarks and notes stuck onto them.
Let's see here. Note, must remember this thieves' way of laughing. Very useful. Note, a calling card is an important part of any good thief's modus operandi. Oh my god! Guys! What's this? Oh my gosh! We just found another calling card here! Oh no! Wait, do you think? Nah, couldn't be. Nah, nonsense.
It was always Ronnie's dream to become a thief.
Well, I guess you can chalk that one down as fulfilled. Kinda, sorta, maybe.
I wonder why Mr. Delight never talked to his wife about it.
Yeah, well, I think she deserves some of the blame for not bringing it up either. Let's raise an enabler, confirmed. Alright, well, we got nothing of value in here. I don't think we have anything to present to her either, so I guess we're out. Okay, look at me's detective agency is worthless. Maybe something at the detention center? Never mind, Ronnie is still being interviewed. Okay, I don't think there's anything inside of the security offices, is there? I think we examined everything here, and I don't think Gumshoe has anything noteworthy to say about the sacred urn, right? Nope, nothing. All right. Also, I just realized I forgot to offset my mic. Whoops, hang on. Sorry about that, everyone. There must have been a slight dissonance between the video and audio there for a moment there. I apologize. Okay, Larry, my guy, my dude. Why am I here? You have absolutely nothing of value to offer me. I guess we should examine. Oh, wait, there's actually new stuff here? Hang on.
It's the folding screen of Crane's sacred writings. But I can't read what it says on it.
Really? But I thought it was some kind of important spell. Ah, yeah, my... oh gosh, my throat. Sorry, excuse me a sec. Okay, I should be good.
Ah, yeah, my mother read it and taught me to memorize it. I'll be in trouble if I ever forget it.
Looks like the Crane Channeling School is teetering dangerously on the edge. Who is actually in... Like, I know Mai is technically going to be the successor of the Crane Channeling technique. But who's actually in charge at the moment? Considering what happened with Pearl's mom? Who's actually in charge of the village at this moment? Unnamed person. Alright. A piece of cloth with a ton of finely written characters jammed onto it. Probably esoteric knowledge only mediums would know. Let's see. Here's the title in English. 108 Ways to Save Money. I'm pretty sure the number has gone up since the last time I saw it. Well, we're always looking for new ways, you know. Being a medium sounds like a rough way of life. That's probably where the sacred urn was going to be displayed.
Yeah, I guess so.
Should I put my attorney badge here? You know, as a replacement. Phoenix, if you donate your badge to the museum, does that mean you're no longer considered an attorney?
I think it's a little too small for that. What about my Magatama?
Now you're being silly. That's definitely too small. How big is Phoenix's badge? Isn't his badge like on his lapel, like a lapel on his jacket anyway? That thing is super tiny. They're just a bunch of old urns. Are these really treasures too?
Of course they are. This is a treasure exhibition, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I guess so. So, all it takes to be a treasure is age? No wonder nobody likes museums. It's like a tiny button, smaller than the orbs on Maya's necklace. Yeah, I can see.
Wow, this is incredible. A tiny version of my whole village. Hey, I've got a great idea. We can make a miniature of your office, Nick.
I unironically want a miniature setup of the Writing Co. offices. That would be amazing. Why aren't all these random rocks treasures? Ah, you see, treasure is in the eye of the beholder. What seems like an ordinary rock to you, to a geologist, it is a sacred treasure beyond understanding. And it's not just an ordinary rock. It's not just any bold rock. It's a boulder. A boulder! I don't know about that. The whole place is overflowing with junk. You'd die before you finish painstakingly recreating that mess.
Well, we could always clean it up first.
How do I visually do a shrug? Or audibly do a shrug? Yeah, that's as good as we're going to get. True. All right, I don't think there's anything else to do here, so, I guess we can try the basement warehouse. Maybe we can find something down here. Like this. That pathetic-looking wooden box.
Ah! That's the box that had the sacred urn in it!
Don't touch it! There might be clues to the thief's identity on it!
I worked so hard to make that box.
Huh? You made that poor excuse for a box, Maya?
What's that supposed to mean? And I was so proud of it.
Phoenix, you really need to watch your words around ladies, dude. Poor Maya. Maybe it'd been better if Mask of Mass had taken the box too. You know, it would have been nice if the box got added into the inventory. You know, we can point out the, you know, the Danganronpa blood on it. And then we can be all like, oh, hey, we can confirm that the urn is the correct one because, you know, pink.
This is the camera and Camera and computer that Detective Atme set up, huh?
That's what he said.
And yet, still let it take a picture of him. I guess he's not as smart as he pretends to be.
Camera belonged to Lord Lee Taylor, so he knew he couldn't tamper with it.
So then why would Mask the Mask allow that to happen?
I'm starting to actually think Ron might actually be Mask the Mask, honestly. Hope you're alright, Woot.
It looks like a big part of a big signboard. All I can read on this is burger.
Why would anyone write burger that big?
Like maybe for the World Hamburger Festival or something.
I kinda doubt it.
I got it. Maybe it said spaghetti.
Why are you talking about food? Oh, wait. That's normal for you. Anyway, it says burr. There's no way it could say spaghetti.
Well, maybe it was a typo. It might have said...
Oh, don't get me started on Ace Attorney and typos, Maya. That's a hey Twy. How you doing, man? Maya, always with burgers on your mind.
Well, maybe it was... might have said Spaghetti Festival. What do you think?
Okay to me. Besides, spaghetti is the only thing more tangled than your reasoning. Oh wait, I already checked the camera, didn't I?
How am I? I'm alright.
My throat's a little being wonky today.
Like, it's not like I'm having trouble talking, but like,
I keep on getting like something caught in my throat and I always have to pause for a moment, which is annoying. Speaking of which, hang on.
Doesn't look like there's anything else
of note to check on this left side here. Unless, of course, we want to, you know.
Look, a ladder!
That's a step ladder.
So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick.
Right. Sorry.
Why do I feel like we've had the same exact conversation before somewhere?
Probably at least 4 times now.
It looks like the door to an actual storeroom.
I can see lots of big boxes and stuff back there.
I guess that's where they were keeping the sacred urn.
Remember, Maya, Miss Andrews said we're not allowed in there.
A body's been discovered! Ooh.
Looks to me like it's been dry for several days.
There's something suspicious about this paint mark.
Again, I feel like that should be added into the court record, please. Thank you.
The bottom left part of it is shaped oddly and it's shocking pink.
I don't see how the color of paint is any way important. Not according to Danganronpa, anyway. It says organi. Organic, got it.
No, it doesn't, Nick. It says organized. You just can't see the last 2 letters.
Yeah, well, I guess no one else could read it either, because this place is a mess.
Yeah, so you should feel right at home, right?
Statue wasn't where it is now when we first came here, right?
Yeah, it was right next to the door, wasn't it?
Well, if someone moved it was probably Mask the Mask.
Maybe he didn't like being watched by Mystic Ami while he stole the urn.
Hey, cut it out! You're giving me the creeps with that kind of talk. I feel like I'm missing something really obvious here. Someone spilled their Pepto, pretty much. Oh my gosh, guess there's the sword.
Detective Atme said you got hit on the back of the head with this by the thief. But that was obviously a lie. Because it turned out that Atme was a real thief. It's so hard to believe.
Looks like Adrian feels really bad about it.
I'm going to take full responsibility and fix that sword myself. I know I don't look it, but I have complete confidence I can fix it right up.
Yeah, about that.
I promise I'll fix it so you never knew it was bent in the first place. But please be gentle with it.
Okay, so I've been to literally everywhere and I investigated everything. Unless I'm missing something really obvious here, I can't think of where I'm supposed to find the evidence to get Adrian to break her Psylocks. Or Cyclocks, whatever they're called. Let me think. I examined everything. I talked to her about everything. I don't think I have the evidence that I need for this, at least according to Burmsai. Because I need to prove that the urn at the trial was the same urn as what was stolen. But how do I prove something like that? Was there anything back in the office? I guess I technically didn't examine the office. We already talked to Maya. I know! Charlie! What do you got to say? Decorative plant. When she was alive, Mia really loved it. She even went so far as to make it our mascot. And Charlie has nothing to offer. It's okay, Charlie. Here, drink water. Like me. God, I need water. Okay, not here. I've already been to the Atme Detective Agency. There is literally nothing there. Detention Center doesn't have anything either. Mask to Mask doesn't have anything, I think. Charlie has nothing to offer, but we love him anyway. There is a difference, Twy. KB Security? I mean, we could. I mean, Gumshoe doesn't have anything to say. I don't really have anything to present to him. Yeah, there's really nothing to present to Gumshoe here. I already examined everything inside of this room last I checked. Yeah, I already examined everything here. And all we have is Larry. You're also just guessing? You know what? That's not a bad idea. I guess we can try presenting the Desi. Sure. What do you think about this?
I'm so happy you got your secret urn back. Well, I have to thank you for that, Miss Delight. And I'm sorry. Huh? What are you apologizing for? Because I mistakenly blamed your husband for taking it. I told you, didn't I? My Ronnie could never do such a thing.
Thoughts on this? So what do you know about this?
No! You can't show her that, Nick! That emblem is top secret!
Top secret, everyone! Oh, sorry about that. But the way she just said top secret was a worse giveaway than I did.
Oh, when I hear the word top secret, it just piques my interest like nothing else.
Thoughts on this? No, I figured not. No. I don't know. Thoughts on this? No. I got nothing. In fairness to Maya, its use on the calling card is a top secret. I guess that kind of counts. Maybe the wallet? I guess I'll give it that a shot. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think that's going to be related to anything, honestly. That's Ronnie's wallet. It was found at KB Security on the night of the murder. Ronnie and I went out to dinner early that evening. I'm sure he had his wallet with him then. So, it's true then. He must have dropped it at the crime. Yeah, I figured as such. If you don't get... Wait, KB Security is a pun? Oh, security is pronounced KB in Japanese. Oh, it's KB, KB. Okay, that's pretty good. Let me think. Do you want to know what's missing? Well, at least tell me where I can find it. The pun is that KB sounds like Kirby, so it's Kirby! Oh, Gumshoe. Okay. Thoughts? I got no idea why Mask to Mask would go after a broken old pot like. I mean, this tasteful old family heirloom. Good point. Why go after a worthless piece of junk like? I mean, worthless in a good way. I mean, this is a first for the guy. Adrian Andrews hired Atme as a security before the calling card even came. I wonder if that has anything to do with how things played out. No. Thoughts? Remember, don't tell anyone about that emblem. Okay, got it. I won't tell everyone that my next stream series is going to be Fire Emblem. Got it. Does the thief ever send these to the police? No, always to the victims. Up until now, the victims have always come to us looking for help, though. That's not what happened this time, you mean? You got that right, pal. Listen up. If you guys ever get one of these calling cards, I want you to come to us right away. Got me? Based on what evidence you have, there's one specific thing to show him which should trigger someone somewhere elsewhere. Okay. Yeah, sure. I guess? What I don't know, what are your thoughts on the security camera photo? The thief in the photo taken by the security camera is missing his brooch. Yeah, you can guess. If you legitimately don't know, you may guess. The thing is, there's no evidence that the photo was tampered with. It was definitely taken at 12:58 a.m. I turned the tables at the trial today with the mystery of this missing brooch. I wonder if there's something more to this missing piece of costume jewelry. I don't know, thoughts? Detective Gumshoe, nothing. Is it the buzzer? I thought I presented the buzzer to him already. Nope, not the buzzer. 12:58, 43 seconds a.m. Got it. Don't present this. I don't know, look at the buzzer record. No buzzer record, no good. I don't know, thoughts on the statue? No, probably not. I don't think he cares. Camera data means nothing. Security camera means nothing. Okay, I'll ask Bermside this. Have I triggered it yet? I think I triggered it, right? Wait, what if it's presenting Kane Bullard? That's not a bad idea. This Detective Gumshoe, tell us more about Mr. Shane Bluebard. That's Kane Bullard, not Shane Bluebeard, pal.
Oh, yeah. The victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me.
We literally never met them. I don't blame you, Maya.
Well, you were the victim up until Mr. Bullard was found dead.
Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning. Anyway, we don't have any information yet. Could you help us out? Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just blathering like an idiot right now.
Okay, Nick, now's our chance to get more info about the victim, so hurry up and ask.
Maybe this is it. Can you tell us some more about Mr. Bullard?
He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it at?
Maya. Please. Maya, please. Well, the company basically sends security teams out to buildings to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets doing this kind of work. Oh? And? And I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber.
Really? Me too. I just love money. I can't ever get enough. Neither can I. Donate now.
Please stop leaning towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet. Anyway, looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions.
Oh, so that's my problem. I need to be shiftier.
That's right. You need to be a Twitch streamer. All Twitch streamers are secretly trying to steal their audience's money. That's right. You all fell for my deception. Fools, all of you. Let me go already. Apparently, he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies.
Oh, that's pretty dirty and underhanded.
Yeah. Oh, KB Security used to head security operations against Mask to Mask.
What? Really?
Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive. So, it really was Bullard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh? He has the motive! He was trying to sell the Coke formula. Alright, I guess that's about it. There's not much else to say, is there? Okay, maybe I'll trigger something else if I head over to, I don't know. That definitely felt important. There we go! October 13th, Detention Center, Visitors Room.
Mr. Wright! Mr. Delight, did they finish their interrogation?
Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore! Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you?
Well, you see...
On the same night, the secret urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor department store. A blackmail letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. And then, that's where CEO Kane Bullard was murdered. But, there's only one Ron Delight, am I right? So, the only question is, where were you that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it.
Okay.
Mr. Light, do you still insist that you are Mask the Mask?
Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response.
Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating.
But listen, Mr. Delight. At At the trial today, we learned the true identity of thief, didn't we?
Take a good look, everyone! Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one myself. Here I am, the tragic clown.
I guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time.
Abby's based on Penguin, isn't he? Kinda, sorta? It's really hard to say, to be perfectly honest.
So then the person dressed up as Mask the Mask in this photo. It's gotta be Detective Atme.
So that night, you didn't go to Lordly Taylor, you went to KB Security, right?
Yes, I went to KB Security at the time the blackmail note said I should. Alright, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the key card to unlock the door. That's probably when he dropped his wallet. When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there. Someone?
What? Well, that's one way to give away the answer. Thanks, game.
And suddenly they bashed me over the head. Bam! Was it Kane Bullard that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned.
This is only in the HD version? It wasn't like this in the DS version. Really? Maybe they just use a placeholder. I guess?
When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless.
The shape was vague until later. Yeah, huh.
The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. I thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body.
So, that's why you put it in the safe? Ron! Really? 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 Ron!
Yes, that's right.
Ron! Ron moved the body! That is incredibly illegal. I didn't see anything? Yeah, I totally didn't see anything. Don't worry. This isn't the first time, but I think this is the first time the Case 2 culprit was revealed, right? No, I take it back. Technically, Red White was revealed. I can't remember what was Case 2 again for Justice for All?
I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, and what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there for starters.
You could have left without moving the body, Ron. That would have been smart. The one in Korean. Oh, yeah, okay. Gotcha.
I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building. So I know how to avoid being spotted by them.
Ron, you know the security
Generosity.
cameras probably...
Expertly brewed too.
Please, thank you so much for the host. Much appreciated.
Like, Ron, you could have, like, maybe the security cameras caught the murder. You don't know.
Nick, all of a sudden, Mr. Delight sounds kind of like the murderer to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please don't say that. Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago you were forced to quit KB Security? How did you know? I'm begging you, please don't tell Tessie, please. Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Oh, thank goodness. No, but I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding from her anyway? Tessie would despise me if she ever found out that I was living a life of crime. Oh my god, can this thunderstorm get out of here already? Jeez. A criminal, a thief. She'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Because Tessie spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring enough money. Except being a thief. At least, that's what I thought anyway.
So, you became the mask for Desiree, huh? You know what? I'm starting to piece together what this is. I'm starting to realize, yeah, so my theory? Luke at me is actually the murderer, and that Ron truly is Mask the Mask. I don't know why Luke at me murdered Kane Bullard, but we'll see.
That's kind of strange. What is? Up until now, Mask the Mask has gone after famous works of art or treasures. Why did he suddenly decide to steal this plain-looking urn that nobody would want?
You made it sound like you had nothing to do with the theft.
Well, it wasn't me that chose to steal this urn.
Yeah. Miles Edgeworth is actually Mask to Mask! Dun dun dun!
This calling card. Did you send this? No, I don't know anything about that. I mean, I had other plans for that night already.
That's true. You did get that blackmail letter after all. Boo boo boo.
What about Detective Atme? Could he be the one that sent it?
It looks that way. I can't think of anyone else.
Yes, that night, because of the letter, I had no choice but to go to KB Security. Wow, this is cool. I'm really into this kind of stuff.
And that is how we convict Ron of trying to steal other priceless artifacts.
Oh yeah? It's one of our most valuable treasures. If I ever get out of here, me and Desi will go to Lordly Taylor to check out the whole Treasures of Crane exhibit. Okay, I guess. Just promise you won't steal anything, okay? Oh, don't worry. We've been going when I'm not on the job as Mask the Mask.
Well, that's reassuring. How does he fit his nose under the mask? That's a really good point. How did he fit his nose under the mask? Tell us about the blackmail letter?
So, was this blackmail letter written by KB Security CEO Kane Bullard? I think so. Probably. You can only get into the CEO's office if you had a key card. And the blackmail letter said to meet at KB Security. I guess no one other than Mr. Bullard could have written the letter then.
Wait a second, I just realized something. Wait a second. How does... Okay, if Luke at me actually is the murderer, if he actually is the murderer and he killed Kane Bullard, how the heck did he get back to Lordly Taylor in time to steal it before 1 a.m.? He would need an accomplice, wouldn't he? Because, like, how can you... Like, if Luke at me actually was at KB Security, he would have needed someone else to be in the warehouse at the exact same time to steal it. Oh man, my brain is going in circles. Oh no. Now I have to figure out who the accomplice is. If there actually is an accomplice, I don't know anymore. Obviously, Luke at me is the Flash, clearly.
Maybe he stole at 12 a.m.?
I mean, the problem is that the camera clearly says 12:58. That's basically 1 a.m. Maybe the at me is into murder in the maybe it is just a lookalike. Huh. I guess we're gonna have to think about that. I was at KB Security at around 1 o'clock that night. I took out my wallet to open the door with the key card. So, is that when you dropped it? I'm sorry. I should have told you the truth earlier. What are you still doing with this key card anyway? Didn't you return it when you left your job at KB Security? Of course I returned it! Don't be silly! But it got sent back to me along with the along with the blackmail letter.
With the blackmail letter?
Yes, it said, use this to enter the CEO's office. What do you think about this? No, figured he didn't have anything to say about that. It was Luke's brother, Ralph at me. Oh my god, why would you want me to Ralph at you? That's gross. Tell me about Kane Bullard. Mr. Bullard, my old boss. It's so sad. Do you have any idea what might have happened? Was there anyone that might have wanted him dead? Oh, yeah, sure. Mr. Bullard was the type of guy who made lots of enemies. He did lots of threatening things to people. But wait, do you mean he scared people, or did that he threatened them with blackmail? Well, I guess they're kind of the same thing, right? Ralph on me. Thank you, DK. How you doing? Tell me about Mask to Mask, I guess. Once I decided to become a thief, I started studying like crazy. Studying? Like what? Petty larceny 101? The history of pilfering? No, but I watched a lot of movies and read a lot of novels about great thieves.
Oh yeah? I admire you for doing your homework, if nothing else.
That's like saying I watched Ocean's 11 and that means I can rob a casino in Las Vegas. That's not how that works. All the great ones had their own trademarks, flashy costumes, calling cards, unique laughs, and catchy slogans like, "Farewell, friends!" I figured I needed to do a good job with that if I was going to make a splash. He studied Lupin the Third. Not wrong. Oh, Ocean's 11 is a great movie. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying that doesn't apply to real life. Oh, you know, he was just a serial blackmailer. No big.
Yeah, I guess you really can't say goofy things like that unless you're a master thief. Farewell, or we shall meet again. You know, hooky stuff like that.
He's an ace detective, all right. He's been hot on my trail ever since the first heist. Oh yeah, thoughts on the OLED switch? That sure is a switch with minor improvements that does absolutely nothing for me because I never play my Switch out of dock anymore. Okay, real talk. The new Switch model, good for people who don't have a Switch. Good for people who play out of dock often. I would debate on trying to trade in your old Switch if you're going to do that. But if you're going to play docked a lot like me, means absolutely nothing. I'm just going to wait until we actually get a proper Switch upgrade, and I'll probably drop money for that.
Yes, but he made a pretty stunning confession in court today.
Oh, you know what? One more thing. I will say one more thing about that. I do like the black and white. It looks super good in black and white. Really sleek.
It was me all along. I am Mask the Mask. I don't know what to say. I guess he's just delusional.
That's exactly what
your wife said about you. Tessie, she really has a thing against criminals. Do you have any idea why that is, Mr.
Maya, we literally just talked to her about this. You do not have a LAN adapter for your dock, so... Well, you know what? That's not a bad idea either. But here's the thing, Paper Star. Rather than spending $350, why don't you just order a $10 LAN adapter off Amazon? You save like $350. Wait, the dock. Oh, the dock is. What? I didn't know the. Why is the dock being sold separately? What? How much is the dock? The dock. No, I agree. The dock looks nice. I didn't realize the dock was being sold separately. For those who don't want to forgo over $350 for a new Switch and dock, I guess. I mean, yeah, but doesn't the current dock cost like $50 or something like that? How much would a new dock cost? Oh god, imagine spending $70 on a new dock. But yeah, I guess if you want to buy a new dock, go ahead. It looks nice, and it does come with a LAN adapter. I'm not a LAN adapter, a LAN port. Yeah, I guess if you want to go for it, go for it.
Well, if you want to know the details, you have to ask her. But the thing is, after I lost my job at KB Security, I needed to earn money to keep Tessie satisfied. Lots of money.
The LAN port replaces the USB port, though. I mean, to be fair, Bermsai, my LAN adapter was already eating up a USB port. So, it means nothing in the grand scheme of things.
But I just couldn't seem to find a good job.
So, like, if you wanted LAN to begin with, like, you already had the port missing as is.
Expertly brewed too.
Yo, Rabbit! How you doing, man? Thank you so much for the host. Hope you've been doing well.
That's why I wound up becoming the thing that Tessie hates most. A thief.
And white does tend to discolor more over time from what you've seen.
That is also true.
What else is there to present? I don't know, thoughts on this?
This photo. This has got to be the real Mask the Mask. I'm sure it is. I know Mask the Mask when I see him.
Yes, but this isn't you, right, Mr. Light?
Well, no. I was at KB Security then. So then, I guess it really is Detective Atme after all.
I guess tell us about the first heist?
Hey, this is an article about my debut heist! Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. But Mask the Mask, he must have gotten away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared. That's right, I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my Mask the Mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I quickly changed in my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, eh? Wow, awesome. Wait, hold the phone. The guard in this photo. Is this you, Mr. Delight? That's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself.
Nice and easy to figure out. Even Pearls could see through that in a heartbeat. Well, okay.
But as you might have expected, Detective Atme found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective.
Detective Atme found a mask-to-mask disguise. That's interesting. And starting to piece together exactly what happened.
Yes, and I heard that he brought it home with him.
So that's it. That's when Atme got his hands on this.
Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume.
That must have been real time consuming, huh?
Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters.
Blackmail letters? You got them starting when? Tell me more, now!
Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up. This blackmail letter. Is this the first one you got? No, of course not. But this is the first one that's ever called me out to a specific location.
So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident?
Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. That first letter, it said, I know you did it.
So someone found out about your true identity? Just like that? Oh my god, Luke Atme actually did figure it out immediately. Wow.
It's not easy being a master thief, you know.
But can you be a master time thief?
I've got proof that it was you, so give it up. It went on to say, so in the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all the trouble to steal.
Is that right? Hey, hang on a second. What do you mean you had to give it up?
Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in a safe deposit box the letter specified, someone sent me $10,000.
No one said anything about me being worried, you know.
After that, I started getting the plans in the mail.
Plans? What?
What are these plans you're talking about? They were instructions on how to steal a crown or painting or some...
Oh. Oh, this is going a lot deeper than I thought.
They showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods.
Oh. Huh.
So you mean that the one who planned the heist wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans.
Kind is a strong word.
It sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him.
So, Ron Delight was mask to mask after all?
But someone else is behind the thefts. Someone who planned them all out in detail. All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail.
Could you try not to look so gleeful about it?
So, you went after the sacred urn because of one of those plans too? Well, see, truth is, I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal.
Mr. Delight, is everything you've just told me the truth?
Yes. But please, don't tell Desi, okay?
Ron is a colossal idiot! Ron, before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask you.
Yes?
But please, don't hurt me. You're behind a thick wall of glass. There's nothing I can do to hurt you. Mr. Kane Bullard, you swear that it wasn't you who killed him? Yes, of course. I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in a safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Ron! You literally did have to touch the body! Y'all could have just walked right out of the room, pretend you didn't see anything. You were even wearing gloves at the time. Y'all could have been all like, oh, you think I'm the murderer? Freaking prove it. I did nothing of the sort. Why are our clients always indicting themselves by accident? What would Phoenix have done if the lock showed up just now? Oh my god, can you imagine? Can you actually imagine if the locks actually showed up for this? Ah! If I told you to steal life with detailed plans, would you?
Why? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight.
Ah! I guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight at his word.
Mystic Maya! Hey! Early! I'm back!
Hey, Pearls. So what have you been up to this whole time?
Sacred Urn, Mr. Wright. I took it back to Korean Village to have it examined.
And what did you find?
Well, there's no need to worry. He said it's a real urn.
All right, there we go. There's the proof I needed. I love Pearl. She's so precious. Ah! You don't think what Ron did was dumb, all things considered? Hiding a body is very dumb. I don't know. Can I have second opinions, everyone? It wasn't smart, but it wasn't idiotic. I'd say it is. Mostly because, one, you are proving that you actually did something illegal. Moving a dead body during a murder from a murder? That is 100% illegal. He was biding time to turn himself in for grand theft. It was dumb and also not. You know what? You know what? Okay, I didn't think about that. That's a good point. Hiding the body to stall for time for grand theft. You know what? Fine. I'll give you that. It's dumb, but also smart in that regard. That is a good point. If they discovered the body this morning, next morning, he's screwed. You know what? To be fair, that is a good point. I'll give you that. How the hell did they discover the body? I assume some other worker went into the room and found... Maniacal, I am going to slap you. I am going to slap you.
But there's one small problem.
Problem?
These cute little pink splotches. They said that it's paint, and they were put on the urn recently.
Why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal?
What's the big deal? We gotta find out how they got there. That's the big deal.
Yes, Mr. Nick, we gotta find out how they got there.
Okay. We'll go find out how they got there.
Please don't forget about me.
Well, I have proof.
Oh, Pearls, how nice to see you.
Hello there.
I haven't seen you around lately. Where have you been up to?
Well, actually, I was having this urn examined.
Oh, I see.
Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here.
Nick, let's look around one more time.
Okay. This box, there's something about it that's bothering me.
That's the box that the secret urn was in.
It looks like there was some pink paint on it too.
And it's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn.
I think I know how the paint got on it now.
All right, let's investigate again, Nick.
Looks to me like it's been dry for several days.
There's something suspicious about this paint mark.
The bottom left, blah, blah, blah.
Mr. Nick, can you beat that this odd shape is?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it.
Ah, that's the box the secret urn was in.
If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well.
Wow, you're right. Look, it matches.
What is it, Mr. Nick?
This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. I think it's all starting to become clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn. All right, I think we're good. Let's go. A Danganronpa character died there. Believe me, Paper Star, I made the exact same joke several times already. All right. Can we prove that's a genuine article? We literally presented it. Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article.
Girls went back to Korean village and had it examined. Is that so? That's nice, but I don't see how.
What she discovered was that the urn had been broken. Again.
Did you say again?
Yes, it was broken once a year ago.
And now it looks like the same thing has happened.
And quite recently, too.
Recently? Are you saying that the urn was broken recently?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know?
Well, I guess I can probably present this, right? Adrian looks really nice in this dress for sure. Or is this more of a top? It's more of a top. This poster, it was made recently, right?
A poster? The poster for the exhibit.
At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said, "I am" on it. Thank you, Nightbot and Flargra. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Ami. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. Ah! I actually don't understand the pun in Lordly Taylor. Someone's going to have to explain that to me.
I am? What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken.
That was a mistake. Now, tell the truth.
Wait.
Or?
Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it.
Huh?
Yes, that's it. Must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened.
It looks like she's not going to give up that last psych lock so easily.
Do you have any proof that urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor?
Lord and Taylor. I haven't thought about Lord and Taylor in a long time. I want to say this? Well, Miss Andrews? What is this supposed to mean? There's pink paint all over this urn. There's pink paint all over the floor and walls of this basement warehouse. In other words, this urn was broken here. Never been to a Lord and Taylor myself either. You can't weasel out this one, Miss Andrews.
But...
Uh-oh. You trying to make her escape?
But you can get pink paint anywhere. Hell, I can get out of your body right now.
And suddenly she pulls out a knife. Well, there's none in my office, that's for sure.
Well, there is in my room.
Liar!
Anyway, the paint on the urn and paint on the floor. There's no proof that it's the same paint.
Come on, this is getting ridiculous. The proof linking the paint on the urn to the paint on the floor is boom. This box, the urn was stored in this, right?
Yes, that's right.
Well, there's pink paint on this box as well. I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you?
Yes, more or less.
The paint on the floor has an odd-shaped imprint in it, doesn't it?
Yes.
If you put this box in the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. The box and the paint could have been reversed here. Yeah, I figured. Which means this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken.
Your name does mean justice, Mr. Wright.
Tit urn.
I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn.
Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher.
I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly?
No, not at all. I know exactly how she feels.
It happened about 2 weeks ago, just after the poster photo was taken, on the same day the urn arrived. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box.
Aww.
When I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance.
By the way, they did make a pretty significant change in the lock mechanism between Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations. Port Health and Lock Health were the same, but in Tron, they aren't. Good to know.
The box I was carrying crashed to the ground. I heard a terrible noise and I thought my heart was going to stop. Hearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box and that's when it happened.
Aww.
The broken pieces of the urn fell off the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock. It let out a huge scream. I can totally see how that could have happened.
Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands.
Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Crane Village. So I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big. And that's when the I am got changed to Ami. I didn't know how it was originally written.
Yeah, about that.
Any sane person fixing it would assume it said Ami. It's okay, Pearls. It's okay. Any sane person? Really? No! Pearls, no!
Oh, Pearls. I still cry every time. I cry every time. He said she wasn't very good at spelling. Ah! Mystic Ami Spirit is chilling on a beach in Playa de Carmen right now.
Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom and no one has seen it since then. But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it. The Ami statue. Aha! The first time that we came down here, it was on the night that the sacred urn was stolen.
But, Mr. Nick, there was no paint marks on the walls or floors of the warehouse when we were here.
Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just so happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. And I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I see. Now it makes perfect sense.
But there's still one thing I find strange.
What is it, Pearl?
The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. At the time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible.
She's right about that. Well, Miss Andrews? Well, I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again? Well, then who was it? Who would have done it and why? On the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day, it was moved. But why? It looks like we got a real mystery on our hands, gang. Okay, time to split up and look for clues. Shaggy and Scooby, you go investigate the kitchens. Me, Velma, and Daphne are going to investigate the bedrooms. In bed. There's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case.
What? Why? Why do you think so, Nick?
Because that night, the real thief, Ron DeLight, was at KB Security. So then, why did another Masks to Mask show up here? Are you reading on me? God, I love that line so much, Maniacal. A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact.
One undeniable fact?
That's a big word for Pearls. The murder trial is starting to get tomorrow, but it looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. Oh boy, time for the trial, right? Yep. Time for the trial. I got 2 hours. Here we go. Hopefully I can complete this trial in 2 hours. October 14th, 9:41 a.m.
Hey, Nick.
What is it this time?
You won't believe how many people are here for the trial.
Well, it is a murder case.
What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door.
Next door?
Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Atme's trial today.
Detective Atme?
They say they're going to try him as Mask the Mask.
Already? That was fast. Investigating after trial 1 put you in a really weird spot. A little bit.
Why? I'd love to see Mask the Mask's trial.
I know. By the way, where's Pearls?
Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore.
I know you don't like me. What? Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh?
Yeah, ever since that incident last year.
Please, don't ignore me!
Oh, Mr. Delight, good morning.
No one likes me. Mood? No one would notice me, even if I killed someone. It's okay, Ron. Why is that in red text?
Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec.
You don't mean you're the murderer?
No, I'm just a poor thief.
No, wait, that's not right.
A thief can't really be poor.
Now, let's see. According to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending him to help him commit the heists.
Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Nick?
It's possible, but today's trial is a race against the clock. Yeah, no kidding. I have less than 2 hours to complete this trial. This really is a race against the clock.
Huh? How come? Like, just take our time like always.
I'm afraid that's not an option. All right, let's get started. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Don Ron Delight. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready. Preparation is the last refuge for the weak. Godot, would you rather I came in here unprepared? Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot.
Ugh, he's got the judge in the palm of his hand.
Yet again. I mean, I don't mind doing overtime, but I'd rather not go too much overtime is the thing. Ron Delight is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. Ha! You need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war. But that's exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. Oh, there's coffee! Coffee 11, everybody! That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? Yes, well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case. Wow, the judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated at 1 a.m. of the previous day. And that's when our lost little kitten dropped the ball. That lost little kitten is, of course, the defendant. You wanna know who the officer is that keeps making him coffee and sliding down towards him? Probably Gumshoe if I were to wager. Oh my god, that thunderstorm is really freaking me out. I do not like thunderstorms. I like rain, I don't like thunder. Especially since I'm on a second floor building. Very well then, Mr. Godot. Please call your first witness. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. But the first one is always the best. God, I love Godot's theme. It's so good. Mr. Godot, your witness. You'll take the storm for me, please? Thank you, Twy. Okay, then. Let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, has to say for himself.
The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but...
I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. Did anyone tell me who his Japanese voice actor is? No, who is it? Takehito Koyatsu. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. What? What? Godot is Hideki Kamiya? That's amazing! Huh. You've got guts, Trite. Maybe I won't ban you on Twitter.
Alright then, Mr. Ron Delight, please take the stand.
You did it, didn't you?
Yes.
What?
No. That's not true.
For a moment there, I thought we'd set a record for the shortest trial ever.
Well, Mr. Delightery looks plenty guilty with the face he's making.
And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin. Oh, Phoenix, you're not one to judge considering the first case of this game. No, Hideki Kamiya, as in the director of Bayonetta. The director of the first Devil May Cry game. Huh. Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security? Oh yeah, he also directed Okami.
Well, that's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home.
Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened.
That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I've been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was.
"1 a.m., the exact time the murder took place."
Here's coffee number 12! The weak gets washed away by the tides of fate. Strong drink it up. Ha! It's bitter today too. Just like my destiny.
You never know that from the way he's chugging it down.
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please.
"1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that?"
Yes, that's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow and my internal clock was oh so big.
1 a.m., that's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered, correct?
It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure. It ordered you there?
It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere.
Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then?
Oh, of course. They'd say things like, steal this, or take that.
Why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight?
Please don't say any more. Now, what should I do?
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Should do I do? Nice typo. So, what did the blackmail letter in question say?
It said to bring $50,000.
Money, eh? A perfect motive for committing murder.
Oh, but wait! I never intended to pay that money anyway.
Oh, is that right?
After all, I had nothing to hold. They had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of.
You're pretty sure the remake actually added new typos. My god. Why would they even change the text?
I mean,
No, I know they changed a few of the text to at least make it consistent with later games. Technically, this is an example of direct examination when the defense, but you know, game mechanics. Yeah.
An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony.
yes, sir.
Ha. A mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do.
Just what
Were you being blackmailed about again?
The blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed, correct?
I'm sure he was referring to the whole mask the mask thing. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Buller didn't have anything on me.
He didn't?
Anyway, I didn't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as Tessie believes in...
Aw, why are these two actually the cutest? I love them. So that's why Miss Delight didn't believe he was Mask the Mask.
That's why I knew they were just hollow threats. I've been working for KB Security until a year ago.
You used to be a security chief for KB Security, right?
Yes, that's right.
A security chief? You?
And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge? Perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say?
This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject.
Why were you fired?
Mr. Delight,
Please tell us why you were fired from your job.
well,
The world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that.
okay, then I take a bit.
Defendant, please answer the question.
Well, I needed money.
You needed money?
Well, you see, Tessie loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby.
You know, most hobbies cost money. That's not special.
Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick?
Again, most hobbies does involve money in some shape or form.
My salary wasn't nearly enough, so I stole data from the company.
Oh. Come again.
KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was the security team chief...
You stole some data and sold it.
Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately.
What?
I wish I had never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it secret. It made it seem like I had quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good.
Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that.
He sure told you.
So you admit that you stole data from your company, is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony.
Oh, man. This whole thing just took a big turn for the worse, crashed and blew up. It's going to take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. Why would you do something like that?
Well, for Tessie's hobby, what else?
Wasting money, huh?
It's not a waste!
Why is it that these last two cases, the defendant really likes being a colossal idiot for his girlfriend slash wife?
So, Miss Delight doesn't know that her husband was fired, does she?
So it would seem.
I'm not sure what to think about couples who keep secrets like that from each other.
Look, Limit. Himbos. Touché, but I wouldn't describe Phoenix as a himbo. I can't believe it. This case has gotten even Maya think seriously about couples.
Please try to stay focused, Mr. Wright.
There wasn't much to his testimony, was there?
Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least, that's what it sounds like to me.
Uh-oh. I got a bad feeling about this. We better be careful.
But if we don't find a way to make him spill the beans, we'll never get closer to the truth.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's see if we can get any more info out of him from this bit over here. Or not. Okay. Am I supposed to present something right now? Because, like, there's not really any lies. It's all just withholding information. Buzzer went off once at 1:02 a.m. on October 12th in CEO's office. Huh. That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office in KB office. Examine what he said again? I mean, he didn't really have anything extra to say, did he? At least not there. Unless there's something I'm missing. 1 a.m. Nothing there. Blackmail letter. Nothing there. Didn't scare me. It was going to cause me trouble or anything. What were you being blackmailed about? Wait, what? Oh. Oops. I'm afraid the reason isn't going to hold up anymore.
What do you mean?
The victim had no proof the defendant was Mask the Mask. But you were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier.
But that was all over with once I was fired. But it is true that the fact I stole secrets was kept under wraps. But even so, there was no reason for me to pay up now, a whole year later.
Is that really true, though?
What is it, Nick?
The fact that Ron was stealing company data.
I wonder if he would have had a problem if that ever became public knowledge.
Mr. Delight, I believe you would have been in considerable trouble if your identity as a company data thief was made public.
Mr. Wright, what are you trying to do by bullying your own client?
Ha! Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow.
That's exactly right!
Well then, feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo. Little lawyer amigo? Yes, now come on. Provide some evidence to back up your assertion. Thank you for the coffee. Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public? I mean, fairly obvious. Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday.
Huh? What doesn't?
I think you must have been scared. very scared of having a certain person find out your secret.
A certain person?
Miss Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife.
What? But I...
Oh my god, I love this cover so much. It's so techno-y, I love it.
Listen to me. My Desi, she's...
Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly ends.
Godot?
Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault.
What do you mean?
Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about.
Oh.
Hmm.
No! Everything is falling neatly into place for him! Don't talk about my Desi like that! Or you'll be sorry!
Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far.
What do you think, Nick?
I didn't think it was so possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Oh, I don't know about that. We got whipped quite a bit in Justice for All.
Clearly, there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much.
The motive is clear. Let's move on. Ugh. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Who was Franziska's English voice? Come on, tell us. We're all ears. Janet Hisu.
Unfamiliar with that name. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there.
Oh, she's the localization director? Dang! Is she still working for the localization team?
Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed.
How goes the sleuthing? Well, the game kind of gave me the answer by not hiding a silhouette. So, there you go.
Hey, alive. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there. Dead.
My issue with this objection theme isn't even with this version. You'd think it should have been Mia's theme. I can see that.
I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said that Mask the Mask struck him on the head from behind.
I mean, was it not too obvious? I kind of realized it fairly quickly, but I didn't expect the game to straight up give me the answer.
Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie.
Ha! No one's going to believe a pathetic lie like that.
What are you saying? I really was attacked.
We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination.
Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy just because he's your client. Up, there's the coffee.
Silhouette would not normally be too giving, but yeah.
If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. I don't mind that. I wouldn't mind seeing Coffee Phoenix for the rest of the trial. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it.
When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there.
But it stains his suit. Can Phoenix even afford another one? Touché. Who was this suspicious shadow? If there was 1,000 of me, and if even one knew, I tell you, trust me. He's dodging all our questions is not helping us win this case. Okay then, how was the victim, Mr. Bullard, at the time? What do you mean by, how was he? Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place. That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Forget it. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remembered being a bit dazed. Your forehead. Yes, I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack. Do you remember anything about who hit you? Well, like I said, it was a fast and powerful hit. Ah, I see. So you got a falcon punch in the face. Got it. So I think I was a little dazed for a while. I don't think Mr. Delight even grasped what you were asking. Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. That? Could you please clarify what you were referring to? Why, my Mask the Mask costume, of course. Why did you go to the office as Mask the Mask?
Wait just a moment. Mask the Mask?
Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dress as Mask the Mask. Eh? I guess. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. Okay. You honestly thought the letter was addressed to Mask the Mask? Was it? Hang on. Doesn't say. No, I agree. Not a dumb move. Just surprising. That's all.
Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this.
I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. You know, Godot, you might want to take that off before your eyes melt. It seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip your mind. Ha! My 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly.
At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony.
I'd have been killed if I had been wearing my Mask the Mask costume. Why were you dressed up as Mask the Mask? Why? Because I'm Mask the Mask, of course.
What are you talking about? Mask the Mask's trial's being held next door!
Yes, I guess so. Anyway, at the time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Mask issue. So I thought I should go ask him just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I expected. Took a lot longer? What are you talking about? What do you mean by it took a lot longer? Oh, opening the safe, of course. Well, I just ruined everything. Anybody up for Smash? That looked like a good time for the overruled text box if that wasn't Ace Attorney Investigations 2. My cape got caught in the safe door, you see. Ah! And yes, I have the wonderful 101. I got the backer copy. It's great. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullet's
was that? Back up a second.
Yes?
You were the one that hid the body in the safe?
Well, yeah.
Inconceivable! Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking?
Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine?
What?
The answer is simple. When they take them off.
As usual, I have no idea what you're saying.
Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer? Ha! You're not as stupid as you look.
His metaphor this time was really obscure.
Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you?
Well, yes.
Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony.
Yes, sir. Uh-oh, looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair weather judge. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10...
What? Hang on. 10 minutes?
Okay. Let's put a pin on that. Let's put a pin on that. We'll put a pin on that. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer.
Oh.
That's not exactly what I meant. When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find his corpse, they'll think I did it.
Huh. I think he had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body.
That certainly makes more sense.
Ugh.
Hold on.
10 minutes? What is it, Nick?
I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it?
Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Oh. Hey, Nick, if you think his behavior was so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show what those circumstances were?
That's it! I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence! You know, like the rest of the game up until now.
We heard from this Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we?
There's not much in this. Yeah, I get it. Okay, no. Wait a second. 1 a.m., 10 minutes. 1 a.m. the night of the crime. 1 a.m. the night of the crime. No. Time of death, 1 a.m. No. Also no. Buzzer went off once at 1:02 a.m. on October 12th in the CEO's office. I feel like I'm missing something really obvious here. Buzzer went off once at 1:02 a.m. Wait a second, he was concussed, wasn't he? How would he think to spend 10 minutes doing that if he was concussed? But how do I prove that? The costume did soften the blow, you're not wrong about that. I panicked and hid the body. You know what? Just in case. Also, chat, y'all don't need to give me hints. Seriously, y'all really don't need to give me hints. I can figure it out myself. Thank you. What is the time of death? The time of death was 1 a.m. Wait a second. October 12th, 1 a.m. Okay. What the heck is going on? Well, basically, our defendant got smacked in the head, and in the confusion when he was aware, he saw his old boss dead on the floor. He panicked and tried to hide his boss's body in the safe, but apparently it took him 10 minutes to hide the body. And I'm like, how? This is also unrelated. I think what I need to prove is just the fact that how was he able to hide the body in 10 minutes? Without anyone noticing. Unless I'm supposed... No, wait. Why would he think... Wait. I just realized something. He was the chief of security, right? Wouldn't he know that people would come into the room immediately if they noticed that the buzzer went off at 1:02 a.m.? Why would he spend 10 minutes doing that unless there was something obvious here? Yeah, wait a second. The buzzer went off at 1:02 a.m. Why would he even do this? Yeah, the buzzer went off. Objection. Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record?
And what might this be?
The record for the emergency buzzer that connects to the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, the security team is supposed to come running. For real though, Storm, try to avoid, like, talking about future stuff. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m.
What?
If Mr. Ron Delight truly was a murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way. Huh. Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there was a security personnel in the building. Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them. Oh my god, the triple ejections. But as it turns out, the guard never came. That was nothing more than a coincidence. And another objection for the road. Thank you, K-Rool. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend. Accurate. And wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known. Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off. This buzzer is extremely loud! There's no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is.
Conscious? What do you mean by that?
Ugh. Yeah, you need that coffee. Fine, let's hear your theory. Call the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes.
Unconscious? So he fainted?
That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. That's good. Don't just chug the entire cup in one gulp. Not always. Sometimes he still has the cup there, as you can see. Then again, if he chugged it all in one gulp, that would explain why he's overheating right now. So, are you trying? So what you're trying to say? Mr. Delight was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right. Whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer.
Order in the court, Mr. Wright. This is...
This is preposterous. It was this kid. Ron Delight is the one who killed Kane Bullard. Ah, this music's so good. Then who pressed the buzzer?
It was...
The victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. Ah! I already got proof that no, that's definitely not the case.
So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself? What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright?
I need proof that the real criminal was there at the scene, but how? Just in case. Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? Yep. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. That the piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. God, I hope Kane Bullard wasn't wearing gloves. I believe this is a piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for.
The emergency buzzer? Is there some kind of clue on it?
Absolutely not. Thanks for another coffee. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before you open your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. I mean, you still have, like, imprints on your hand from hitting it with your fist, I think, theoretically.
Now I'm the one who's clueless.
This button has no fingerprints on it. Unless the button is really tiny. Like, can you imagine pushing a really tiny button with your fist? That'd be so awkward. If Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself, naturally he would have left his fingerprints behind. Ah, and the good music restarts yet again. Let's go. Ron Delight obviously wiped him off. Double objection. Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment. He touched that button. I know he did. The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask the Mask. And Mask the Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly had to wipe the button free of fingerprints?
Order, order, order!
It would seem I've been forced to eat crow. And that's another crow coffee for you. I wonder what blend number crow flavored coffee is. What is the coffee count anyway?
However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer?
17 coffees, baby. So, fun fact, Godot was supposed to be drinking bourbon. They didn't want to affect the kid, so they changed it. That is hilarious.
Should they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger?
Oh.
What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden?
Huh. Looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks.
They're hunting you, Nick.
Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. Real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer.
Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed.
Security was supposed to respond.
Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say.
Very well then. Oh ho, you got some guts. I like that in an opponent.
What? Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer?
I think to call the security guard because they wanted to frame him. At least that's my logic anyway. I'm gonna go with that. I assume this is all a frame job anyway. The killer knew that if they pressed the button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted.
Do you mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose?
Yes, although as it turned out, he never showed up.
Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time.
Ha! What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in? No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. That third option would only make sense if it was Maya. Touché. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the third person. Gee, I wonder who it is!
Hypothetically, yes.
Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight.
And if security guards came running in at the time, they would think that I was the murderer.
Yes, that was precisely the real killer's motive or objective. To frame Ron Delight for the murder.
Order, order, order!
It would seem. You know, Godot, you're not as hard of a prosecutor as people make you out to be. I've been made to eat my words once again.
Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee.
Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only Mask the Mask, so...
Nick, you mean the real killer is?
We're going to drag that person in here right now.
But, who is it?
I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard.
Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Delight for the murder of Kane Bullard?
Man, if only I knew. One of the wrong answers here has resulted in special... Oh, well, I know who the answer is. Tell me what the wrong answer is.
It's Mr. Meeksy. Looks at me.
Naturally, the true culprit was none other than Ron Delight's wife, Desiree.
What? Why not simply?
Mr. Wright, have you gone insane?
Objection.
Aren't you forgetting something, Mr. Trite? Excuse me? Where was Desiree Delight at 1 a.m. that night?
Ah, that's right. She was at the police station for almost the entire night.
Wait, she was? What? Why was she at the police station? She was being questioned for being stopped for reckless ride. Oh. I have a record of it here. Ah! I forgot all about that. I forgot about that too. That was like 2 weeks ago.
It seems that senility may be setting in early for you, Mr. Wright.
It's okay. I'll take the penalty. Talk about things you never want to hear this judge just say to you.
It looks like you better think again.
Well, don't worry. We got the right answer this time. Detective Luke at me. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace Detective. Look at me.
You mean Master Mask did it?
Your Honor, the person being tried into court next to us is not Mask the Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard.
Order! Mr. Wright, explain yourself!
Theft and murder, which is the more serious crime.
They're not even close! Murder is the more serious crime, of course! It's a capital crime punishment to a capital punishment!
And thus we get confirmation every single murderer in the Ace Attorney series gets the death penalty. Oh, that really sucks for Pearl's mom. Please remember the trial from yesterday if you would. Only when it's first degree. That is true. When Luke at me confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, the famous detective was unmasked, as well as Mask the Mask. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. Some of them killers could still be alive, that is true. But this is also based off Japanese law, if I recall correctly, right? Or is... I actually don't know Japanese law, so I don't know how that applies. That was his true objective all along.
To be found guilty?
Mask the Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Mask the Mask was Luke Atme's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi.
A guilty verdict as an alibi?
You know, it's almost time.
For what?
For Luke Atme's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial after all. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course. That's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder.
Mr. Luke Atme's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal.
Am I really sure about this? Huh. A bet's only good when your life's the ante. Mr. Wright, I believe in you. Mr. Delight. So, please, I'm begging you! Thanks. But my decision will determine the rest of your life. And thank God we have save states. AKA save files. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix. What was that?
Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice sounds like Mia.
Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. Ah, so that's your answer, huh?
Very well, I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke at me to the stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Wait, why is Payne here? What?
Well, Mr. Detective Atme?
I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly. Wow, of course Payne is the freaking prosecutor for Luke Atme. I don't believe it.
Oh no, Sir Detective Atme, you were the one who...
Oh my god. I have never seen another judge before in my life in this game. I don't even know what kind of voice to do for this guy. Canadian judge. That's enough, eh? This court sees no reason to prolong this trial, don't you know? This court finds the defendant Luke Atme. Wait! Don't hand down your verdict yet, please! Well, Sir Lawyer, welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hoser? Oh my god, he actually is Canadian! What? He actually is Canadian! My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. And I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atme.
Accusation? You accused Mask the Mask?
That man is not Mask the Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer.
What?
To be continued. Okay, actual question. Do I have enough time to finish the trial before the end of the stream? I'm willing to go overtime though, so keep that in mind. If it's like an hour, I'll do it. Depends on if you get stuck. Probably. I guess I can continue then. All right, let's give it a shot then. Have a good night, Storm. Sorry you couldn't stay around for the whole trial.
My sis? I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then, she's still alive inside your heart. Vicky boy. Oh, Miss Delight. Is it true that detective is the real killer?
To be honest, we don't have any definitive proof. But he's the only one who could have done it.
But wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bullard?
Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom.
I need to find some solid proof. And it's gotta happen sooner rather than later.
Now then, this court is back in session. I see you've seen my Canadian uncle. Mr. Luke Atme, please take the stand.
Well, well, how do you do, Sir Lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have gotten you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask the Mask. I'm sorry, I'm afraid even the Greek look at me has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could have known what's been going on in here.
You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask the Mask.
Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. No worries, Woot. You do you. Lurking is always okay for me. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. So, you continue to insist that you are, in fact, Mask the Mask? Of course.
Very well then, look at me. Let us begin with this simple question. On October 12th at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time?
One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge.
Thanks.
I could really use a drink right about now. All right, Mr. At Me, the night of the murder, speak. We're all ears. Drink some coffee, perhaps. I feel like coffee would make my throat worse, wouldn't it? As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. I was stealing the urn as Mask the Mask, just as I announced I would. I had no more than enough time to prepare. It was pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Mask the Mask was the same time as the murder. Yeah, I still haven't figured that part out yet.
It seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of this crime scene.
Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to his picture as well. Even the great Mask the Mask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Unfortunately, Mr. At Me, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. You're not Francisco, you're not allowed to say that.
I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick.
The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. Stealing the urn as Mask the Mask. So, this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is. And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That is why I am called Mask de Mask. But conveniently, that also means that there's no way to tell who that really is.
What do you mean?
Huh. Are you saying that this is not, in fact, Luke At Me? I mean, to be fair, how does his nose even fit under there? Wait, can I actually prove that? Wait, can I actually present that as evidence? Can I actually present his nose as evidence? Because that would be amazing. That would be an accomplice dressed up as Master Mask to create an alibi. Oh ho, what an interesting idea. Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice? I mean... That's the problem. I don't know who the accomplice is. He must have had an accomplice, otherwise this wouldn't have happened. Because Ron was over at KB Security because he got knocked out there. Luke at me has to be the murderer. Someone else had to be in there. I can't name the accomplice though. Okay, let's go over it. It's not me. Mia is dead. It's not Maya. It's not Pearl. It's not Gumshoe. Who the hell is Mask the Mask? It's not Luke at me. It's not Ron. It can't be Desiree. She was over at the police station. It can't be Adrian, could it? What are the time frames? Everything happened around 1 o'clock alive. So basically, the murder occurred at 1 o'clock. Happened at 1 o'clock. Ron was blackmailed to arrive at 1 o'clock, and he did arrive at 1 o'clock. And the theft was at 12:58, so therefore 1 o'clock. So therefore, Luke could not possibly been here at the time if he was committing the murder. Yeah, we're gonna have to give it up for now. If Luke at me was at KB Security during the murder, then the Master Mask in this picture has to be a fake. Then there really was an accomplice. But right now, I have no idea who it was.
I don't have any idea right now either.
Baseless objections are just what that guy wants. There's gotta be another way, and I'm going to have to find it. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point. That's right! That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you send out the calling card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed, there was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target.
I see, you truly are evil, aren't you?
Yes, evil is what I am.
Hey, Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atme was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona.
You know, well, that's true. It is a bit odd. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? Indeed it is! That it is! The very thing that proves I committed the crime! The very thing that proves you committed the crime. When you think about it, it's really odd. You say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose.
Objection.
He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. We all have days like that. Indeed, it turned out that there was no such thing as the perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing. A sad blue medley. It looks like I better gather more information for now. If he's truly the killer, there's gotta be something phony in that photograph. The time at which the camera captured Master Mask was the same time as the murder. About the camera that took the photograph. Oh, come now. It's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you?
I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor. And on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered. I see.
And it looks like I better find something else that could be suspicious.
So this alibi is false.
It has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security.
But I'm not really spotting anything unusual.
There are two possibilities. Either the mask in the photograph is a fake, or the photo itself is. Oh boy. Okay, let's see now. What do I have to work with here? So, we know Ami Faye's golden statue was moved on the night of the theft. We know that much. Moved again that night. We know that he sent out a calling card. Camera data, camera went off once at around 1 a.m. on the night of the crime. Wait a second. Why did the camera only take a picture of him walking out and not a picture of him walking in? Yeah, it only took a picture of him walking out. If that's the case... Okay, I have my theory. Now, the real question is, how do I present it? The time at which the camera captured was the same time as the murder. That's great and all, but why... Am I... I'm not sure if that's going to be correct or not, so we're going to do a quick save. But, like, I think I'm onto the right idea. The camera only took a picture of him leaving. But the problem is, I don't know where to present it. The warehouse camera went off once at around 1 a.m. on the night of the crime. I guess we can give this a shot and see what happens? Time at which the camera captured Mask was the same time as the murder. Poster for... No, that's not it. I mean, Ami's fat statue had to... No, wait, that doesn't work either. Because, like, the camera... Even if... But what does the Ami statue have to do with it? That's the thing that I'm trying to figure out here. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I know... Okay, so obviously the Mask that stole the Ami, the Sacred Urn, is a fake. We know that. The murder happened at 1 a.m. Murder at 1 a.m. Carried into the basement warehouse at the day of the crime, moved again that night. But I don't have any information about that. He must have... Okay, obviously, because of the fact that we can see the paint stain here, obviously that means the statue was moved before, but that's unrelated. That means nothing in this current situation. All of this is unrelated at the moment. The only thing that I can think of is the fact that the camera only went off once that night. Let me give it a shot and see what happens, I guess. No, I figured as such. Ah. What am I missing here? I'll take a hint from you, Burmsai, sure. Maybe I'm supposed to present a person. But he prides himself on being an ace detective. He wouldn't make a mistake like that as a thief, though. Objecting isn't always right. Remember what happened with Ron earlier. So if I press this... Wait, I'm supposed to press again? That's right. That was over 20 days ago. Sent a calling card 10 days before the heist. Indeed, there was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. Perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. Evil that... Nick? Isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atme was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? If the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was only watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect detective persona. So, that's true. It's kind of odd. Photograph. There's gotta be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture? There we go! Oh my god, really? Okay. That was all new text. Yep, there we go. Are you implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture. We took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place. There's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night.
Very well then, let's hear what you have to say. What about this photograph do you find funny?
I assume this. The funny part is right here.
Why, this is a blood stain!
I knew it! This really is Danganronpa!
Blood? Now this case is getting interesting!
Not exactly. This thing is actually pink paint. Which is Danganronpa blood! Oh my god, do you think... You don't think the creator of Danganronpa was inspired by this case in this one moment, do you? Yeah, it's a mean trick. You need to press the same point repeatedly until Luke says something different. Yeah, that is a bit weird. When did Danganronpa come out? 2014? Something like that, I think?
Oh, just paint and peach colored at that.
Oh, 2010. Wow, I'm way later than I expected. From blood to peaches. This just sure loves going on in his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse. Turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen.
Well, Mr. Wright, what is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains?
That one's obvious. The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, a golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the theft took place and saw the statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken that night, then that statue should have been there. But when I went there the day after the theft, the statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner.
Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally.
Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance. Huh. In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night?
Can you do it, Nick?
Never mind who moved it. Real question is, why did they move it?
Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you're prepared for your answer.
Now I am.
Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime?
Question, if I present Mask the Mask, would that count as the right answer as the same as Luke at me? Or would that not count? Clearly it was Pearl, obviously! You doubt it? I guess I'm just gonna present Luke and assume that's the case. The one who moved the statue is none other than Luke at me. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions.
Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions?
It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. That is indeed very simple. However! You thought it was Gumshoe? Why would Gumshoe move the statue? Why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? The reason for moving the golden statue. Here's where our battle really begins. Oh, that was... Text is so bad at translating sarcasm, I'm live. I'm sorry. Like, you won't believe how many times people thought my sarcasm in text actually was serious.
Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move that statue?
The reason can be found here in this photograph. Look at me. You pretended to be Mask the Mask. Create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would have been exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue.
A single fatal flaw?
Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Just where in this picture does this lie exist? Why would he need... Here's the thing. I know he moved the statue. I just don't know why. Did he need to expose the paint? He needed to expose the paint, but why did he need to expose the paint? Unless he wanted to see the paint stain there? He needed to show the paint stain? You have a dumb idea? I'm listening. Like, maybe he needed the paint stain there to show that the box was stained there. Or like, but how would he have known about the paint stain? He wouldn't have known about it. Unless, well, obviously you can see the box had paint stains on it. Idea wrong? Yeah, the statue was moved before the photo was taken. That's the thing. I think it might be this. I think it's just the whole spot over here. I don't know why he would need that to be revealed, though. Unless... It can't be the timestamp. The timestamp is irrelevant. Has to be something I'm missing out on. Wait a second! I just realized something! Is there any paint on the box? There's no paint on the box! Is that it? The lie is Mask the Mask.
Are you saying this Mask to Mask is a fake?
Ha. You know, I really wish he would start acting more responsibly. Huh? Current question is, why was the golden statue moved? So what possible connection could there be with Mask to Mask's identity? Oh, I selected the wrong one. No. Yeah, I got it wrong. Oops.
Your face has old boogers written all over it.
That's a penalty for you. That's a heavy penalty too. Yeesh.
Has to be a reason why he moved it.
Okay, so it's not the box. It can be rather tricky picking these, I guess. Before I waste all of my attempts, am I... Don't know if the box is correct answer or not. Yeah.
I'm gonna assume, let's try this spot over here. Maybe it's this?
The lie in this photo is somewhere around here. Let's try this. Jumping to conclusions again. I think you needed to... Yep, I think I got wrong. As the Yiddish proverb goes, a half-truth is a whole lie.
Keep lying like this and you'll be the one on trial.
Oh man, now they're calling me a liar. Let's get back to that point again and see how it goes. Maybe this can give me some time to think about what I need to do. Mr. Right? What reason did Motive have to move that statue? The reason can be found here in this photo. Look at me. You pretended to be Mask the Mask to create an alibi by showing that you were at Lordly Taylor that night. But this photo contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would have been exposed like a cheap film at... Wait a second! Oh! I just got it! I just got it. It's the brooch, isn't it? The brooch... Oh, I just read... It's the brooch. The brooch got caught on the statue, didn't it? The lie is Mask the Mask. What? Oh, is that not it? That was not it. Oops. Really? It's not that? Huh.
What is the fatal flaw?
The point is, why did he move the statue? So I'm trying to prove why Look at Me would have had to move the statue in order to prove that he was there.
And I'm assuming it might have to do with the paint stain, maybe?
No, it's not the paint stain. Oh my gosh. I'm making all kinds of mistakes right now. This photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would have been exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue. Just where in this picture does this lie exist? back in the day, I think pharmacies used to develop disposable camera films. You can't check behind the photo, maniacal. What if it's... What if it's like... Other dumb idea. When was the statue moved each time? We don't know when the statue was moved. The only the general frame that we know is the statue arrived in the warehouse the day of the theft, and it was moved during the theft. That's the only thing that we know. We just need to prove why he moved the statue. Adrian said she moved it there. Yes, Adrian moved it on top of here, and we're trying to figure out why Mask the Mask / Look at Me needed to move the statue. And I'm not entirely sure why he would have needed to move it. You're probably thinking about Bunny Pop Alive. I don't know. I'm going to try and guess the brooch again. No, that's not it. Oh, is there an Audrey and Miraculous Ladybug? I didn't know that. How did he snick his nose there? No way! No way! There is no way it's actually his nose! There is no freaking way! Okay, I was about to say, there was going to be no way that it was going to be his nose. That would have been amazing. His nose wouldn't have anything to do with moving the statue. No, but that would have been funny. His powerful nose took up the entire screen, so he had to push the statue out of the way to make room. I think it might be the box. Oh my gosh, I really think it's the box. It's not going to let me touch the box. Yeah. His nose got stuck in the statue. It would have incriminated him. Yeah, I'm still here because I can't figure out, like, I thought it was, oh, maybe it's the brooch because the brooch got caught on the statue, so he pushed it away. But it keeps on reading it as me selecting Mask the Mask himself, so that didn't work. And I thought, okay, maybe he needed to prove that the box was indeed the correct one, but he stole the wrong box because it's not bloody. Or covered in paint, rather. You can be humored with a guess. Go ahead, Alive. It just squishes the mask. What happens if you choose the time? Let's see what happens. Are you serious? Naturally, the lie in this photograph is the timestamp! Ah! Damn it. I don't... How, though? Like, I thought he couldn't tamper with the time. I massively overthought this one. Okay. Listen, I was thinking the timestamp. I was legitimately thinking the timestamp, Burmside, but I was like, yeah, but it makes no sense. Why would it be the time that's the lie? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke at me went to KB security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to be at Lordly Taylor at this time. Oh. Oh. I just realized. You're right. There's no date on here. Oh. 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 What does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will, Your Honor, when was the statue placed besides the warehouse? So I wasn't supposed to think about when it was moved. I was supposed to be thinking why it's not there. Oh. Oh. Well, the statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime. It was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Luke at me had already decided on time that when he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place.
What the?
Of course, the statue hadn't been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. So, on the day of the crime, Mr. Amy must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. The timestamp was like the last thing you didn't check. Yeah. Yeah. This is what happens when you think you know what the game's asking and don't humor other ideas. Yeah. Yeah. That's a big problem of mine. I have trouble thinking outside of the box. Quite literally in this situation. So, is why Luke at me had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make room to match the way it had been in this photo. You need to go outside the box. But it's scary outside of the box. There are people there. And people are the most crazy and unpredictable things out there.
Order! Order! Look at me! Is this true?
Well, what moment, Your Honor? Have you forgotten this? Turn around, you're thinking. Yeah, that probably would have been smart, Paper Star.
What's that?
The data for the basement warehouse computer! According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Ah!
Order! Order! Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of this? Godot, I warned you about making me wait! Now put that coffee down!
My 11th cup. I promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial. Which means I'm still good till the last drop.
However, the defense has a very good point.
A good point? So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points.
I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points.
So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to match it. That means a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied. Which is... And there's Coffee 20. That's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe. God damn it, he's talking about me. Can never reach their dreams. Harsh.
That's very true.
No way! Don't fall for that, Your Honor! Hey, Mr. Damask. Yes? If there's no funny business in your actions as Mask the Mask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it.
Yes, please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn.
I first received a request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box in Zavari. It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. Well, I already know the false statement in that. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. That is a long statement.
That's pretty much all stuff we heard before, isn't it?
Yeah, but we'll find the truth hidden in all the nuggets of new information he gave.
Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time?
Zavari.
Very well then. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yeah, this is a really long one, jeez. You were asked to guard the urn by Miss Adrian Andrews, is that right? Indeed, it seems that they have heard my Zavarkling reputation. I hate it. I wonder if his hair is supposed to be shaped like something?
I've been thinking it, but I have no idea what it might be. I see Miss Andrews is still attracting the weirdos.
You better watch out too, Maya. You mean in this box? Yes, that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn. And she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom. Not even me. Huh, interesting new tidbit. And I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. So you're sure you never had seen that urn before? Indeed, you may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, look at me, let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. I knew it was an extremely valuable— I already know that's the false statement. You mean this calling card? That's right! That is, without a doubt, my calling card!
I guess Mr. Delight didn't make this after all.
Of course, because Atme knew about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. I then handed security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. And no one entered the basement warehouse. Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. And this is the photo that proves that, huh? Indeed, to be honest, even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much.
Hey, Nick, if this photo is a fake, Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken.
That's true. You know, he's been saying that he's never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove that he's lying, we can wrap this up and put a bow on it. Alright. Knew the extremely valuable treasure. Okay, so which statement actually says that it's not valuable? Do I actually don't have information about that? I remember I had information saying it wasn't valuable at all before. Why isn't it showing up here anymore? The urn used to say it wasn't valuable, but it doesn't say it anymore. So I can't use that as evidence anymore? That would have been repetitive. Okay, I guess I can't use the urn as evidence anymore. Rip me. You held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. There's only one thing we need to prove in this cross-examination, that he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. Alright then, how do we do that? There's one thing that Atme stated very clearly, that he had never seen the urn before he stole it. We need to prove that he's lying. Receive the request until the day of the crime. Ah, thanks, Nightbot. You know what? I have a theory. If this does take place before that time period, the box should have paint on it, right? Wait a second, what if the box was empty? Wait, the box must have been empty! The box had to be empty because it was being repaired by Adrian! I knew it was extreme events under 10 days. 10 days beforehand. Wait a second. 2 weeks beforehand. That's 14 days. Is that it? The time frame doesn't line up with when it was being broken and repaired. I think. Nope. Okay, I stand corrected. Can you imagine being the person who prices valuable objects and then getting handed a probe and glued together urns saying, I am? Yeah. I handled security by myself to ensure my crime. I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. Adrian dropped the urn's box 2 weeks ago. She also knocked over some paint. The wooden box that had to say has pink stains on it. 2 weeks ago. Does that mean that there was like 10 days where there was just a giant pink stain in the basement warehouse and nobody, not even a janitor, bothered cleaning it up? Yeah, pretty much. "20 days ago, the urn was placed in a box and Zavari was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. Urn still had paint on it from 10 years later. That is true. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for... Okay, real quick, Burmside, just to make sure, I don't need to press him again on everything again, right? I really hope this is an example of me just presenting something. This is so flimsy, it's on 4/6 of the statements. Okay, good to know.
Okay, maybe it has to do with the urn box 2 weeks ago because she knocked over some paint? Yeah, let's go with that.
No, that's not it.
I mean, I think I have the right idea. I'm missing out something obvious here. Unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. Placed in a box, it was then sent to the warehouse. That is true. It was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. Obviously, this is the lie, but my problem is, how do I prove that? Obviously, okay, if we're going by the theory that this took place before the night of the event, obviously she dropped the box by then. It was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself, blah, blah, blah. I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago, then replaced in its box, kept out of sight. When Adrian dropped the urn's box 2 weeks ago, she also knocked over some paint. A wooden box that had the sacred urn in it has pink stains on it. Okay, I think I have it. I think I figured it out. I'm not 100% on it, though. Did I actually predict it? Okay, so I had an early theory. There was no paint on this box. So my theory was he grabbed a different box. It wasn't there at the time because Adrian was fixing it. So therefore, it couldn't possibly be the correct one because it doesn't have the right paint on it, right? Well, that's a wrong. Oh boy, time to skip all the way back to that. Well, this is going to give me some time to think about what I need to do here then. Okay, if it's not the box, it has to be related to the box, right? Because, like, I'm thinking, like, his box doesn't have any paint on it. He must have gotten it before the time period. I feel like it's definitely related to the fact that Adrian took the box and the pieces. I just don't know. I had to disprove. I know. Does that their coffee count there? No, that doesn't count. You want another suggestion? All right, go ahead, Alive. Hey, Lake. Can you present Adrian? I don't know if she has any... Wait, you could present Adrian? What? Oh my god, I really hope it's not the case.
I swear to God, if the answer actually is Adrian. Okay, it's not Adrian. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure. He took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. If it was actually Adrian, I would have laughed though. He's never seen the urn before he stole it. I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. Can I... Wait a second. Am I actually supposed to present the treasure exhibit poster? Okay, good. I was really hoping that wasn't going to be the case. What would show that he's seen the urn before? Wait a second. Really? Oh my God, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Oh my God, I'm glad I figured it out myself. I'm just angry I took so long to figure it out by myself. Mr. Atme, if you really are Mask the Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course! Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Mask the Mask had written. Take good care of the speckled urn. I'm so mad! Now, the speckled here surely refers to the pink pattern on the sacred urn. Damn it, I completely forgot that part about the calling card. Oh my God.
Yes, that is true, but so what?
Truth be told, there is no way that Mask to Mask could have known about this pattern.
What do you mean?
This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains.
Paint stains?
And these stains do not appear. By the way, hey Lake, how you doing, man? Until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. Yeah, we could use another coffee right about now. I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite. The day that the secret urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error. Or should I say, an error-prone person. Aw, don't be mean to Adrian. She's trying her best. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn. Ugh, you can't be serious. And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective Atme has seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. If you notice, Look At Me did mention that the card in his testimony as a hint that you need to check it again. Ah, man, I'm very oblivious to that kind of stuff, I'm afraid, Paper Star.
Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Alright, that did it. He's broken!
Nick? I think it's still a little early for a victory pose.
Huh? Oh god, here's another coffee. Ha! So sad. No one has any conviction these days.
Conviction, you say?
Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was Mask the Mask. And now, we're calling him a murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle?
That's a good point.
No
Hey, don't fall for that too, Your Honor. You say that Luke at me was the one who killed Kane Bullard? Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that?
An excellent point. Motive, Mr. Wright, motive! Might you, my merry murderous motive, manifest?
Nick, he's getting his second wind.
If he prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Rhonda Light, as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for murder.
The only one with any motive we've seen is Rhonda Light. Isn't that right, Detective?
Indeed, according to my own research, the boy's motive is clear.
Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were.
I'd be honored to, sir, old-timer.
They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance.
I'm also really low on credit, too. Motive for murder.
I, Luke Atme, had no connect points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Mask the Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Rhonda Light. And it was again Mr. Bullard who'd harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Mask the Mask. That is why Mr. Delight thought it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy.
So the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant?
That is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. A handwritten test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter.
What?
Well, that's an update.
Very well, Mr. Wright, begin your cross-examination.
Thanks for updating the evidence.
And who in the world is going to prove that?
I will. After doing a thorough background check on Detective Atme and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report.
Perhaps they were connected through their work. They were both involved in security.
Nope.
That was blunt.
In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. Delight.
Kane Bullard decided to investigate Mask the Mask and simply mistook who he was.
Mistook?
That's right, mistook. From the Old Norse mistaka, meaning to take in error.
That wasn't what I meant.
Just who did the victim mistake Mask the Mask to be?
Why, the answer is obvious. Rhonda Light, of course.
Boy, I'd like to wipe that smug look off this guy's face.
Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Mask the Mask?
Don't you already know that? Zavari! Take a look at this newspaper!
Oh, that's the famous Tear of Emanon, a magnificent jewel. That photo shows that magnificent detective as well, does it not?
And furthermore, it also shows an ugly guard, namely the defendant.
The defendant?
The victim clearly misread this article, and Zavari! He got the wrong impression. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact Mask the Mask.
I see.
That was an unusually reasonable deduction.
It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter. You mean this blackmail letter right here?
It says brings $50,000.
And the handwriting is without a doubt the victim's. There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it.
But I don't see an addressee on this letter anywhere.
An addressee?
This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment, and Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there is no addressee is irrelevant.
I wonder... What's up, Nick? I just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Whoa, you have any evidence of that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter.
Bullard was trying to blackmail Luke.
Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied?
It was again Mr. Bullard who'd harbored a grudge.
What do you mean by that?
Oh my, I was certain you were already aware. Zavari!
KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies.
I'm going to skip this. This was a lot of dialogue I just read.
Kane Bullard has yet to forgive young Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believing he was a thief.
Here's a file that we discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. Evidence that Mr. Bullard received money through blackmail.
However, isn't this a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money? Even though he wasn't actually masked the mask.
At that point, there was an unfortunate bit of chance.
Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite inexcusable. The defendant truly believes he is masked the mask.
You know, considering how many lies he drops, maybe he's just a puppet in human form. And it just grows.
Do you really think that story is going to hold up?
That assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid.
What do you mean? I have here a memo from Ron Delight's Desiree Delight.
Coffee!
Ronnie thinks he's masked the mask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him.
Thanks, Desiree.
Huh. Well, Mr. Trite? Ugh. Was he trying to act like Miss Delight just now?
I thought he was actually pretty convincing.
That is why
Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Mr. Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy.
Now that's just your imagination talking.
Come now, Sir Lawyer. I'm afraid imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a deduction, the result of carefully applied reasoning.
Could we hear careful reasoning for ourselves?
It's a long story, and better saved for another time.
Very well, another time.
Those so-called long stories aren't usually all that long. At least, not in my experience.
So you're gonna try to connect Detective Atme to Mr. Bullard, right?
Yeah, that's right. Hopefully it won't require surgery either.
In that case, you'll have to talk about the blackmail.
That's true.
Is that blackmail letter really intended for Ron? Since we don't have enough information, you should press him for more testimony.
Oh my god, does the game actually want me to press him again?
And who in the world is going to prove that? No.
Link. Nope, that was blind. The only motive for Mr. Atme. Mistook? That's right, mistook from the blah blah blah. That's not what I meant.
Who did the victim mistake mask the map? Blah blah blah.
Can't stand here any more of his long-winded stories. I'll hold off on pressing him further for now. Does that coffee count? Can you do that multiple times to make him go over 17 this trial? I technically could, but I won't actually do it. But no, that coffee counts because we were pressing him. Blackmail letter right here. It says, bring $50,000 without the handwriting, without doubt, to victims. There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it. Don't see an address C on here. An address C. I think I pressed him as much as I can. I just need to see what information we can get out of this. From Ron Delight's room. Wait a second! What if I present this? He was stealing as directed by blackmail letters. It was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge. No, wait, but here's the thing. We need to find out the connection between @me and Bullard. This is irrelevant at this current moment. I mean, I could point out that he was stealing as directed by blackmail letters, but we can't prove that was Luke at me. That's the thing. I mean, we also have this newspaper clipping that features Luke at me, but aside from that, maybe press more? I could. What do you mean by that? Oh my, where is Zavari? Stole data from the company. Kane Bullard had yet to forgive young Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believed he was the thief. Here's a file that discovered in Mr. Bullard's office, evidence that Mr. Bullard was receiving money through blackmail. However, isn't this a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money? Mistake is quietly excusable. Defendant truly believes he has masked the mask. Do you really think the story is going to hold up? That assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I have this memo. Do not count this coffee, by the way. No. Do I need a hint? I guess I could take a hint. Clearly blackmail him with the fact that he hasn't caught the mask yet, so he wanted to say Luke at me fucked up. This is why Mr. Delight saw fit to kill Kane Bullard. Wait a second. I just got some new information here. It's a long story and better save for another time. Very well, another time. Those so-called long stories aren't usually all that long, at least not in my experience. Oh no, got nothing out of that. You have proof for who the letter was meant for. Do I? If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond. And this is why you read blackmail letters. Red diamond. What? Oh, I presented on the wrong statement, didn't I? I presented on the wrong statement. There we go. Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective at me?
Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's all right.
When you say that this letter was addressed to Ron the Light, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction.
Contradiction?
I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that.
You're one to talk.
At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior?
Indeed, time to man up, Mr. Wright. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter.
The contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter? I think... Show us the contradicting evidence. I think it might be the blackmail letter, right? I think it's the blackmail letter. Huh. A little 2-1 punch like that wouldn't even faze me. I think you mean 1-2 punch.
Mr. Wright, try the...
Whoops. That's a big oof on my part. I hope we didn't get sent that far back. Yep, we got sent back pretty far. At least I can master it quickly enough. Alright, let's just try this once more with feeling. Okay, the contradicting evidence and the content of the blackmail letter. Okay, so I already know what the contradiction is. It's the, I'll take that red diamond that you received the other day instead. I think it's this. Because I just realized it's a blue gem. Take a look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the Tear of Emanon, the stolen jewel.
What about it?
The problem is this jewel's color. Color? I'm not much for discussing color myself. I mean, you literally can only see red considering your headgear there. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day.
Red?
Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the Tear of Emanon. That Masked and Mask stole after all. And your point is, Mr. Trite? So you are trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? That is what you're trying to say, right? Trite?
That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright?
Well, that's what you're trying to say, right, Nick?
Yes.
And who is Kate Bullard actually blackmailing?
Naturally, it was you, Detective Atme.
Don't you have some sort of basis for that claim?
You've been personally involved in every single Masked and Mask case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward.
A jewel?
Probably the one conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. That is the diamond referred to in the letter. Which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you.
Order in the court. Order, I say.
Oh, an objection and a coffee. It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite. Uh-oh. I don't like the way he said that. Kane Bullard blackmailing Luke at me? Are you for real? Yes, I am.
Nick, come on, stand up to him.
Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world.
Yes, it certainly does.
Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atme's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted kept a secret. So just what was that identity? Atme killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of the secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret?
This is what it all comes down to, Nick.
The identity that Luke Atme wanted so desperately kept secret was his identity as... Luke Atme was a blackmailer.
Objection.
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atme. Are you saying that Luke Atme was blackmailing someone else on top of that?
I have to admit, that does sound a little odd.
It's not odd, it's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme, but Ron the Light was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. I'm gonna skip the flashback.
In which case, that would mean that Ron Delight was actually Mask to Mask.
That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. And that someone is none other than Luke Atme. Shh! Silence!
Oh, I see. It's all becoming clear.
What is?
When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with the tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong?
How did you...
You say that I, Luke Atme, was blackmailing Ron the Light, in which case I would naturally know about his relation to Mask the Mask.
Well, yes.
Ron the Light started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime.
Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise.
In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke Atme know that Ron the Light was Mask the Mask? I mean, right here. I think I see it. I see it now. It's all within my reach. Endless possibility.
See what?
When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention. I hate how much of a mood that is.
What do you mean?
This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Ron the Light in his guard uniform. It seems that Master Bass didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket.
That sounds far too stupid to be true.
Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learned that under his mask, What the? Wasn't he supposed to be Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective.
I can't believe it. He was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud, trying to pass him off as an ace detective.
Why, you? How dare you expose me like that? Why, I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud detective, and I'm also mask to mask. Why can't you understand that?
I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity.
Why, you? How dare you even dare imply that fools dare to be compared to my genius? Ah!
It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer.
That was quite a performance by Mr. Atme.
Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Atme.
You still have coffee. The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim.
What do you mean? I've already prepared to deliver my ruling.
Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge.
You don't get much more in your face than that.
It appears that your claws aren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite.
What do you...
It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atme is a filthy blackmailer. And that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor the night of the murder.
That's right! That's why he's the one who killed Mr...
But there's still one thing you've yet to prove.
What's that?
Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB Security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered.
No way!
No, that's a good point. That is actually a good point.
Order! Order in the court! Well, Mr. Wright?
This is it. This is the final round.
And save!
I gotta prove that Atme was at Mr. Bullard's office on that night.
But can you really prove that?
That's long enough, Mr. Trite. I want to hear your answer. That night, Luke Atme was at KB Security and the defense can prove it. With evidence!
Are you sure?
Ha! Don't you worry. I'll watch over you as you break down and fall to pieces.
Very well then, let's see this proof. Prove that Luke Atme was at KB Security that night.
Oh boy, hey Mayo, yeah? We've gotten to the end of this case. Now it's whether or not if I can prove it. You just thought of the dumb? I have a theory too. I think it involves the Shinchisito, actually. Because it claims the mask knocked Atme out during the crime with a blow to the back of the head. In which case, he might have taken this. But if it... No, wait. We never did actually find out how this thing got bent, did we? Chi-chi-shi-fo. Shichisito, got it. But didn't Ron get hit in the forehead with that same weapon? Yeah, that's what I was thinking! But that's not necessarily proof that it was Luke at me, that's the thing. Wouldn't that be too flashy to carry all the way to KB? That is true. How do I prove that he was there? Cheetos, yeah. How do I prove that he was there? If you don't want your trend, come to $50,000. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. $50,000? Connect to the basement security office. There's no fingerprints on it. Went off once at 1:02 a.m. on October 12th. The night found in Ron's wallet, used on October 12th, the night of the crime at 1 a.m. Time of death was 1 a.m. 1:02. Well, went off once at 1:02. Can I? Yeah, I can hear your dumb idea. What does Luke wear? I mean, he wears gloves, that's for sure. But the problem is, like, even if I present this, like, I don't know if that's going to be relevant or not, because I feel like we already covered. I thought we mostly used the office buzzer to prove the fact that he couldn't have, like, not that, Ron couldn't have pushed it because he wear gloves. Nose prints, obviously. Because just because there's no fingerprints on it doesn't necessarily mean Luke was the one who pushed it just because he wears gloves. It needs to be more specific. I think, anyway. But what about... Second heist onwards, aliens are... Buzzer went off once at 1:02 a.m. on October 12th in the CEO's office, who died. Table at the crime scene. The buzzer with no fingerprints. Ron the light. Cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head. It looked like it was torn off some clothing. Found in Ron's wallet, used on October 12th, the night of the crime. Found at 1 a.m. the night of the crime. Blackmailer written by Bullard. How do I prove that he was at KB during that night? Broken, repaired, irrelevant. Irrelevant. Buzzer went off once at 1:02 a.m. on October 12th in the CEO office. I feel like I have an idea. I feel like it's definitely a time thing. The buzzer went off once at 1:02 a.m. Kane's list has to be... Wait! What if it's the Kane's list? Because, like... no, but, like... Technically, we know he's blackmailing at me, so that's not relevant, right? I do have 2 shots at this. You know what? If I run out of chances, then I'll take that hint, Permsai. You know what? Let's go with the lives idea. Screw it. This is the proof.
It's true. That is very important. However, I'm not so foolish to think
That will pass for evidence here. Nope. Whoops, I didn't mean to skip all the way here, but hey. Coffee! The flavor of my special Godot blend number 49! Thank you for that, at least. My favorite blend, Phoenix Coffee.
Well, Mr. Wright.
It's bitter. Very bitter.
Come on, Nick, don't give up now.
What do I do? If I make a mistake here, it's all over. Wait a second, what if I can't prove it? I can't prove it.
Just as I thought.
But if we hear more from Detective Atme's testimony...
Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Wright.
What do you mean? Oh, the answer was not to actually say we had evidence! Oh my god, no way! I won't allow for any more testimony, that's what I mean.
What?
Have you forgotten? Luke Atme is here after we interrupted his own trial. And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial. And face his guilty verdict as Mask to Mask. I had a feeling that was going to be the case, honestly, when I realized none of the evidence actually proves that he was there.
No!
Well, now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Mask the Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron the Lights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness.
Order! Order in the court! That's enough deliberation over this witness!
I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence and...
By then, it'll be too late.
Huh? Why?
Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law.
Double jeopardy?
Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts.
And it applies.
Oh, it's still the judge.
And it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else.
Mr. Atme will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as Mask to Mask, which means he will be
innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned.
No way!
The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Atme's guilt of that crime here means he will never again be tried as Kane Bullard's murderer.
Ugh. Ah! Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer, Luke Atme, will go free.
You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. And as long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare there will be no more further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? Then I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atme.
I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, is this what was on your report card every year? Has poor hearing and often make mistakes as a result?
How did you...
Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That voice. No way! Oh, hey, Mia. Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia?
Ah, yes, Phoenix has helped me Mia prayer bros.
This is the true power of the Karain channeling technique. I know that it's really Mai who's standing before me, but right now, she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia! Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today.
Yes, that's true, but...
Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks.
Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Mask the Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full forceness of my ace detectiveness.
Yes, but these comments appear to have no importance whatsoever.
Very well, then shall we prove their importance via cross-examination? At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we defense assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor?
Is something the matter, Mr. Godot?
Ah, nothing.
Oh, Sir Lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late if you think such falsehoods will do anything to me. Look at...
Let's hear it.
Huh?
It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination.
Mr. Godot, what are you?
Very well then. Mr. Look at me. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks.
Defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer.
So please, give us one last bit of testimony.
Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief.
I think we already had the coffee update, didn't we?
Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron the Light. And thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I also was able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Oh, why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask outfit, which is why he had no prints. And in the blackmail letter, the victim lightly just mistook the color of the jewel. Bazavari! Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy.
This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well.
The witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All his points have been explained and none of them seem to contradict anything.
But of course.
But how did you know about the emergency buzzer?
The police investigation documents went directly through me, and I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, sir lawyer!
11 statements is a lot. Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, sir lawyer?
I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
We cannot postpone Luke Atmy's trial any longer. This is your last chance.
Hang on a second, just one chance? Ha! It seems that the party is about to begin. Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony.
So it would seem.
What do you mean, so it would seem?
Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it.
There's a coffee, though. Cup number 17. The last cup. Pretty sure we've done more than 17 at this point. So we started at 10 before the stream. So what are we currently at? I think we're at number 28. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we've done more than 17 cups, you liar. It seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. Yeah, I drank water. Thank you, Mayo. I had to find a fatal contradiction in his testimony. And I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means all I can do is find a contradictory remarks and press it. Remember, you only get one chance. Wait! I only get one chance to press? Oh! Oh! Give a random Smash fact about this game. Just like in Smash, this game also really punishes you if you ever make a mistake.
Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied.
There's even a troll here preventing guessing all 11. Wait, what? Really? Smash fact, a wrong press can be fatal. That is also correct.
My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear he was there.
I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Victim would have left fingerprints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter, the victim lightly just mistook the color of the jewel. Zavari, therefore all the evidence points to that poor boy. It is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the key card and wallet, it was a How did he know about the wallet? Still curious why the police evidence went through him, because, like, why? Wouldn't he be in prison? That is true. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. Okay. Button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Should have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Wait a second. When did he receive the blackmail letter again? The blackmail letter doesn't say when. That red diamond. Here's the thing, where does the red diamond come from? Blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. How would he mistake that? No. I feel like that's irrelevant at this point. Oh my gosh. Wearing his mask outfit, which is why he have left no prints. Victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which just means the killer sounded it. The button did not have any prints on it. Why? I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer. Thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear he was there. My brilliant deduction was... Here's the... The problem with this is the fact that there are all kinds of things that I can ask him about, and I don't know how I'm going to press him. Because, like, for example, this part. How do I press him about the wallet information? I could press him about, like, some other thing, like saying, oh, how do you know he was there? I don't know. Had I known about the date, I had known about the date beforehand, so I readied the photograph readied. I have to leave to see about another vitally important job request. How do you know about this? Mr. Atme, about this last remark. You still don't get it, do you, Miss Wright? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. What? I said this before. Still one thing you haven't proven. That this scum was in Kane Bullard's office that night. And now, it's time for me to drink my last cup. Oops. Okay, it wasn't that. So, oh my god. That is a good point, though. I need to press him on something involving the fact that he had to have been there. Vitally important job request. Yes, the wallet was there. It was found by Larry. Troll here is the first part of Godot's deduction. Is the same for every statement you can press. So if you're saving and reloading, you'll miss the right one. Gotcha. Maybe if I can press him about the job? Mr. Atme, about this last remark. You still don't get it, do you, Trite?
Generosity.
This isn't the time to be pressing.
Expertly brewed too.
Maniacal, thank you so much for our host, dude. What? I said this before. There's still one thing I haven't proven. That this scum was in Kane Bullard's office that night. And now, it's time for me to drink my last cup. Mr. Wright, I will hold you to the end of your bargain. Dang it! I thought maybe pressing the job would have given me information. Oh, is your capture card being a bitch right now? Were you dropping frames, or was it just like not capturing properly or something like that? Caused to crash so hard it crashed your computer 3 times and need to do automatic. Wow! Dude. That really sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, you probably should get a new capture card soon, man. I think it's time to save up for a new one. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Hopefully sooner than later for sure.
I'm curious, what are you trying to prove exactly at me was not?
Right now I'm basically trying to press a contradiction on him that proves that he was actually at the fact that he was actually at not Lordly Taylor, the CO office. You'll get no more details whatsoever no matter what you press, so don't go for that. So I need to find a contradiction through pressing. That's not a contradiction, though. Like this one, at least. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron the Light. And thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. Left prints if he sounded it. Yeah, no hints. Oh boy. Brilliant deduction was what informed me. The problem is, I feel like if I press this, it's just going to be wrong because of the fact that he does explain his brilliant deduction. Thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. We already pressed that. I was also able to make deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once, and he claimed he knows this because of the police report. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Because the victim had left prints if he sounded it, which just means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask outfit, which is why he had no prints. And the blackmail letter... that is the most suspicious thing of all. This one is so tricky, though, because it's like, I don't know, like, I'm not seeing any contradictions in here, at least not really obvious ones. Okay, let's think outside the box. Okay, I need to prove that he has information that basically reveals that he was actually at the security office. And he basically is giving away information. What what is it that he knows that he is saying that he couldn't possibly have known unless he was there? How do you know this?
Objection.
Skip, skip, skip. I'm afraid you're the one who doesn't get it. Yeah, I got it! Yo, let's go! What? Mr. Atme, it seems you have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. I knew it! I knew it was something about him not knowing something that he shouldn't. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Atme? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit. Boom! Is that correct?
Indeed, that's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof.
More like your deductions prove that you're a fool.
I'm sorry, whatever do you mean?
For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed as mask-to-mask when he went into the scene of the crime?
That was,
It was just a few hours ago. Back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. That's right, the defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should have known this are those who have been watching this trial. Do you understand now, Detective Atme? There's no way that you should have known about that! You were in the next courtroom being tried as Mask the Mask. So then enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information?
Well...
Come on, this detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit. There is one, and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out. Only one way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed a real killer. But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker. So there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atme. It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, right? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason the real killer had also seen Ron Delight. Impossible! Detective Atme, you saw Mask the Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Earthquake? A volcano?
Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown.
That's the same line you gave yesterday.
But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time.
What an awfully complicated incident. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atme tried to frame Ron Delight. He then claimed to be guilty as mask to mask in order to escape his true crime.
And to that end, he came up with this plan to use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi.
At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth.
Excuse me?
I came precariously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Besmirching him with the title of murderer.
Don't ignore me!
Oh, I didn't realize you were there.
Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict.
I know, you never committed any murder.
That's right. I'm so glad you understand that. But I really am Mask the Mask!
What?
So, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right?
Oh. This with Ron is actually how Double Jeopardy works! Oh my god! It actually came into place!
What was it you said? Double Jeopardy?
No way!
Now that you mention it,
I've been careless. Careless?
What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent.
Then, Mask the Mask is really innocent?
It would seem so. For now.
For now?
now then, this court finds the defendant.
I guess all things worked out in the end in that case. Sure. It's possible that the trial was trying to prove all of them using the urn since the urn had the most evidence.
Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I'm still Mask the Mask after.
October 14th.
You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia.
It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, since like what, the first game?
Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days.
Oh?
I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days.
You mean about becoming the master of the Crane channeling school?
Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother.
Misty Faye, right?
Watch over her, will you, Phoenix?
Of course.
Well then, see you around.
Mia.
Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say.
Congratulations, Mr. Delight.
Thank you so much! No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though, now that all this...
Come on, just be happy already! I mean, yeah, but how's he gonna pay us? He doesn't have a job! Yeah.
He'd been cleared of the murder charges and got off as Mask the Mask to boot. But in exchange, I lost everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming Mask the Mask. I did it all for one reason. For her.
You mean your wife, Desiree?
She hates criminals more than anything.
Come to think of it, she once held hostage was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she?
She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure.
So that's why you became Mask to Mask.
Yes, but it's all over now. A broken bowl can never be put back together.
That's not true, right, Nick? Yeah, look, we constructed an ancient family heirloom. Right. Really? Can we go back to the way things were?
You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it.
I can? I kinda wish you would check with me first. Mr. Delight, even if a bowl is broken, there's always ways to put it back together. I'm supposed to present to Urn, right?
A sacred urn? Bessie was the one who found this.
Desiree, your wife, she always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything.
Ah, there you are.
Miss Delight.
You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy.
Thank you. I appreciate that, but, I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you?
Ronnie, why didn't you tell me about what was going on? I had no idea you'd quit KB security. I never imagined that you were really Mask the Mask either. Miss Delight, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you?
Come on, it's obvious, isn't it?
How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's fast. So fast there's no way he could ever get away.
But didn't you say that you hated criminals?
Oh, I only hate people who act cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective.
I see.
Why Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them. Like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous.
Chivalrous?
I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement.
Oh, this is actually really cute. Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you?
Mickey boy. Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us.
Oh, well, take care of yourself.
You too, Nicky boy.
Am I gonna get paid? Please tell me I get paid.
I can feel my face going red. Mr. Nick! Mr. Maya! Congratulations!
Talk about bad timing.
Mr. Nick, how could you with another man's wife in front of Missing Maya? No, I'll never forgive you. Never, ever.
Oh my god. Boy, do I have a fun fact about the next case. Well, we'll get to it next time. Pearls. So just as the case came to a close, so did my consciousness! Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together, but I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Here's a perfect example of one that put back together even better than before.
This was a good case.
It was fun. Really? Oh my god! Oh my god! Ami doesn't get any rest. Not at all, considering her home gets literally destroyed every other month. Fan service! Yeah, the game, they just gave away the outfit. I have no idea what the outfit means, but it's there. Oh, hang on. I'm actually not supposed to be looking at that because we're saving that for next time. It's a common headcanon that Layton and Wright took place between cases 2 and 3. Really? Interesting. It's cute. That's what it means. Mm-hmm. So, Recipe for Turnabout is super unique, as in it was originally a Justice for All case. Oh, so it's a filler case. Got it. But man, yeah, case 2 was a lot of fun. I remember, I think the biggest surprise for me is just the fact that it turned out to be a murder case. Because, like, I thought for sure, oh, it's just a casual grand larceny case. It's not that. So it was actually I thought it was, oh, super refreshing that it's not a murder case. And then halfway through, it was like, boom, surprise, it's actually murder. Because it's always murder. There's notes for all 3 prosecutors and how they would handle it. Interesting. This ended up being my least favorite case in Trials and Tribulations. But it had some neat twists to it. Yeah, I like the twists involved. Alright. But yeah, next time we're going to be covering case 3. I think investigations went overboard in 3 too. Investigations went... I will say I wasn't too big on the investigations during the second day, mostly because the second day investigation was...
Here's hoping that Ace Attorney will have a case about Yoshi tax fraud.
One time it actually was theft and battery, but it wasn't a spin-off. I see. We're getting bored and lost. You know what? That's fair. I will say this. I got completely lost as well because I didn't realize I had to go talk to Gumshoe again and present stuff to him to learn about certain information. So I got lost during that second day as well, honestly. It was good fun in the end. Also strangely enjoyed 3 more than you expect. 3 more than you expected to. I think Burmside mentioned to me that 3-3 is his favorite case and one of his favorite cases as well. Don't consider either super fillery. I feel like the trial sections themselves were good, but like, oh man, the last press for Luke was so anxiety inducing because I was thinking the whole time, okay, not this, not this, not this. And I kept thinking to myself, okay, what stuff actually is relevant? Did like 3-2 a lot. But anyway, that's going to be it for now. We're going to be covering the beginnings of Case 3 next time, which should be either Thursday or Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern, as per usual. I'll let you guys know. If there's any updates for the stream, you can follow me on Twitter at NoLimit42, where I post stream updates and general shenanigans. Alternatively, y'all can hit up the Discord server. Discord server, where we talk about anything and everything. We are a very friendly bunch there, and we're always welcome to any new faces. We also do movie nights every single Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're currently going through the Disney direct-to-video movies because we finished the main series Disney movies, and we were like, let's go see the sequel movies to see how bad they are. And some of them are pretty bad. Some were pretty good, though. The next 2 we're watching are Mickey's Twice Upon a Christmas and probably one of the worst and most infamous sequels, Mulan 2. I don't like Mulan 2. But if you guys want to join in the suffering, consider joining Discord server. That's where we're hosting it. All right. Well, with all that said, let's go find a raid target. Who do we want to raid? If you guys have any raid messages in mind, I'm all ears. Who is going right now? All right, I have a target. Now, just what should I raid with? How about, Coffee Lies? How about... Breaking the limit is what I do when I make bad KH2 random seeds. We don't talk about that. I'm just going over everything that happened on stream. I guess... Coffee... You know what? I have an idea. We'll go with double Coffee Jeopardy. And as for who we're going to be rating, we're going to be rating Solid Plasma. He's currently doing some Hades runs. How about you go give him some love? He does a lot of community stuff. He also makes his own games. Like, I believe, has his Farmageddon game come out yet? I can't quite remember off the top of my head yet, but he'll probably showcase it after the raid. So yeah, how about you guys go give him some love? With all that said though, I'll catch y'all later. Farmageddon is still in alpha or beta? Yeah, I think that's what's going on right now. Oh yeah, he also made Bedlam Ball, so there's also that too. But yeah, until next stream, which should be Thursday or Friday, I'll catch y'all later. Have a good night, everybody!